Welcome back from the lunch. I'm delighted to introduce our four panelists today. We're going to start with Alessandra Fogli, who's a senior economist here at the Minneapolis Federal Reserve Bank, and she's going to talk to us about segregation and inequality. Do you want to get started?
Yeah, sure. No, I don't know.
I am keeping everybody under tight control,
Okay.
time control.
Okay, can you hear me? Yes. Okay, first of all, I would like to thank our president, Neel Kashkari, for his leadership, his vision, and this great initiative. I'm very, excited and happy to be here and be part of this conversation today. So the work that I present today is a joint work with Veronica Guerrieri, sitting here on the first, and it's about inequality and segregation in U.S. cities. So what we do in this paper is first to document the large increase in inequality and segregation over the last 14 years in U.S., and then ask the following question. Is there a link between segregation and inequality? So according to our research, the answer is yes. So not only inequality, higher level of inequality, trigger higher level of segregation, but also segregation in turn, a higher level of segregation, by which we mean residential segregation by income. So the fact that poor people become more and more likely to live with other poor people and rich people tend to live more with other rich people, in turn are going to feedback on higher level of inequality and at the same time affect intergenerational mobility. The key ingredient of our theory is a neighborhood spillover effect that affects the return to education. So what is this neighbor spillover effect? Well, it's exactly the kind of social effects that Stephen Durlao was talking about in his presentation. So the idea is that the neighborhood where you live in, the fact that it's rich or poor, will affect the return to education that kids will experience. And this is modeled in our theory as a black box, a sort of considering all the kind of effects that may emerge because of the different level of income in different neighborhoods. So, for example, the quality of public school, as well as the importance of peer effects, or the role model effects, or the learning from your neighborhood. So the idea is that by growing up in a neighborhood that is disadvantaged or more poor economically, these children experience different levels of return from their education, which in turn will affect the choice of their parents, both residential choices and educational investment. Just this ingredient that has received a lot of attention in the literature, just by itself, can actually, if we can build a theory on this assumption that is pretty powerful. In fact, it actually brings us to an amplification mechanism where higher inequality, because of this neighborhood effect, leads to higher segregation, as the rich people are available, are happy to pay more, to pay higher housing prices in order to grasp the benefits of this neighborhood spillover. So as rich people tend to cluster together, and in the general equilibrium we see that the housing prices increase, poor people get somehow left behind, and so you observe an increase in the segregation. But this in turn, because there is more segregation now and the average rich neighbor is even richer and the average poor neighbor is even more poor, this in turn will endogenously create even more differences in this spillover effect. And so this will lead to even more segregation and inequality in the following period and lower intergenerational mobility. So the big question at stake today is this the end of the American dream? So let me pitch this research into a broad picture. So the idea is that this paper is sort of like Stephen meets Larry sort of paper. So what we do here is using some of the great work done in theory already back in the 90s, including papers by Steven Durlauf, by Roland Benabou, and at that time, as the theory was ahead of measurement, so that we had some sophisticated models of how segregation and wealth inequality may interact and how social interaction may play a role, but we didn't really have the data to discipline these general equilibrium models. So recently, the advent of big data. We have, Larry Katz, a fantastic experiment and quasi-experiment data, and we have Chetty and his co-authors working on this big data set and providing us with, very precise micro estimates of the effects of childhood exposure to better neighborhoods. So measurement finally made progress. And what we're trying to do today is to bridge these two literature. And so bring, the micro and macro literature together. And so incorporate and use the recent microestimates to discipline a general equilibrium model. Why do we need a general equilibrium model? Well, just in order to answer the kind of policy questions we were asking before, and taking into account both the loser and winners, and thinking about how what are the dynamic effects of, for example, moving people from one neighbor to the other. So basically today what I'm going to show you is some empirical facts. We're going to document, the link between inequality and segregation and mobility, both across time and space, and then, develop a model in which the neighborhood spillover will play an important role in amplifying the effect of inequality, the dynamic effects of inequality. So basically in the empirical part, I will be documenting three main regularities. The first one is that, as we already said, and Kendra was already talking about this, there is a strong correlation between inequality and residential segregation, both across time and across space, across US cities. But also, in areas where segregation is higher, we observe a larger educational gap between poor and rich. So there is clearly an educational gap between kids that are born to poor and rich parents, but these differences are even larger if the environment where they live is segregated. Moreover, the implication is that we also find that in these highly segregated places and cities, intergenerational mobility is lower. So let me talk about the data. Segregation and inequality move together across time and across space. We know how to measure inequality. We use the Gini coefficient. That's a standard way to do that. But how to measure segregation? Well, there are different ways, and Kendra and Sean Reardon have a very interesting one. Today I will just use a very standard measure, which is the dissimilarity index. I'm not making any improvement here. But the good thing is that we reach the same conclusion. So independently of the index we're using, we actually find the same trends. So today, the dissimilarity index is simply a measure of evenness of a distribution of two mutually exclusive groups across geographic units that make up a larger unit. In our example, it will be the two groups will be poor and rich, and the small unit will be a neighborhood or census tract in the data, and the larger unit will be a metro or a US city. So to give you an example, let's look at the left picture. In that picture on the left, we have four individuals. Three are blue, are supposed to be the rich, and the red one is going to be the poor. And the idea is that in these cities, you're going to have a 25% poverty rate. But the idea is, how is it distributed across the neighborhoods in the city? So next to it, we have four neighborhoods. And it could be that each single neighborhood exactly reflects the same distribution that you observe in the aggregate at the city level. So with one poor person and every 3 rich person in every neighborhood. Or it could be more like the picture on the right, where instead all the poor people are concentrated in one single neighborhood. So notice that the inequality stays the same in the 2 pictures. We have exactly the same distribution of income. But however, you know, the segregation index will actually be minimized and maximized in the 2 different pictures. So what we do is going back to census tract level data and look at the income brackets and look at how each single city in US calculate, you know, the same dissimilarity index I just described for 279 metros starting in the 70s and plot it against the Gini coefficient. So then we take average and we plot it as a time trend. So each single dot of the red line would be the average of the dissimilarity index across all US metros in each single decade, and is plotted against the blue line, that is the Gini index over time. So we find a strong positive correlation that holds over time, but also holds in the cross-section. So if we look at which are the cities that, for example, in 1980 displayed the larger levels of segregation, these are exactly the same that displayed the larger levels of inequality. And mostly are the largest cities: New York, Los Angeles, DC. Moreover, why do we care? Because what we find is that in highly segregated areas, there is a larger educational gap between poor and rich families. And this kind of evidence is sort of like points to the idea that the spillover matters, that where you grow up matters for your educational outcomes. And also we find a lower intergenerational mobility. So remember the maps about intergenerational mobility? So the idea is, you know, they find that there is correlation with segregation, and this is exactly, you know, speaking to our findings as well. Here I plot the educational gap between rich and poor in all districts, educational districts in US. And this is also very related to the research that Sean Reardon is working on. So from his fascinating research, we know that parent socioeconomic status is a fundamental variable to, to influence the educational attainment of children. So if we look across, these are all school districts in US. And if we look at those that have, a higher socioeconomic status on the right, like for example, for the local people here, Edina, then we find that the test score of kids is, much higher than the average. Those kids already middle school are 3 years ahead of the average. If instead we go to the public school in the inner city, then we find that kids may, be much more, they can score much lower. And if we go all the way to Red Lake, we find they can be up to 3 years behind the average. So 6 years difference already in middle school are huge differences, very hard to, make up for. So what do we do next? We build on this and we say, how much does segregation matter for these results? So what we do is we take the gap between rich and poor, and now we plot it against the segregation index, the dissimilarity index for each city. So we look at the test score gap between, at the metro level, between poor and rich for New York, for Los Angeles, for Minneapolis. And we see that there is a systematic relationship there. All the cities that had a higher segregation index in 2000, you remember they were New York, Los Angeles, Washington. Here they are, having a much larger gap between poor and rich kids in the test score gap. And this actually holds even after controlling for income. So segregation by itself, you can think maybe some of the more segregated cities are also more poor. I control for income at the city level, and I find that this is robust. And another way to look at this is looking at mobility rates. Intergenerational mobility is telling us how much initial condition matters for your economic success. So growing up in a poor family, how much it matters to actually make, to have some probability of being successful, economically successful in life. So following procedure that Bash Mazumdar is using in his paper on race, we actually look at segregation instead. And we use NLSY looking at children that over time were born to the lowest income group and how they make it over time in low segregated and high segregated cities. So what we do is like cutting the distribution into two and looking at children that are both poor, but one was raised in a highly segregated area and the other was raised in a less segregated area. And we plot the Q1 to Q1, which means the probability if you're born in the lowest quintile to stay there, and then the Q4, which means if you were born in the richest quintile, how likely you are to be in the richest quintile when you grow up. And what we see is that there is much more persistence in the high segregation areas. So if a poor kid is born in a low segregated area, he has a 32% probability of staying poor. But this probability goes up to 46% if his areas is also segregated. So segregation is increasing the persistence, the importance of initial conditions. And this is important for, for policy. So why do we need a model? We have these facts that, sort of like point to direction that there is a link between inequality, segregation, and mobility. But we would like to quantify the importance of this amplification effect. How important is it? And how can we evaluate policies eventually if these policies were designed to mitigate this amplification effect, to reduce segregation? How much, what are the effects and how can we quantify, the final gains in terms of welfare? So for doing that, we need, and we talked about this before, a general equilibrium model. And because we want to take into account not just the people that have been moved, but also those that had to be replaced because the first people moved, and also because we want to take into account the feedback effects after the people moved on the next generation, inequality and segregation indices. So we think about an overlapping generation model, which just means that we have parents and children. And parents are taking into account the welfare of their children when making residential decisions and educational investment. So they care about their children outcomes, and there is not I've been punished because I put an equation there. So, so I got the right punishment for doing that, which is it doesn't show, but it doesn't matter. And what the equation was showing was like the main equation of the paper, which is the children's wages depend on their ability, some luck, but also they're going to depend, and that's critical, on the neighborhood that they're going to be growing up. So there is an educational investment of their parents, but it is also the effect of growing up in a particular neighborhood. And the way we capture that is looking at the average wage in the neighborhood. That is going to be our sufficient statistics for how, the effect of neighborhood on children's return to education. So what happens is that in a rich neighborhood, you're going to have a larger return to education, and that is going to influence the parents' choice of living there. But the more rich people cluster there, and the more this spillover itself endogenously will change. And the gap between the returns to education for rich and poor children will change over time, and the gap will increase, just like we saw in the evidence. So the model implications is that poor parents will invest less in the education of their children. And not only because they're poor, because that's a classical effect. I mean, if you are poor, no matter how much you like your children, you just have fewer resources to invest in them. So this is what we call the classic channel. But there is also this extra channel that is working through segregation, through the spillover. That the more these rich people are clustering together, the more they return to education because the quality of education is different, because the peer effects are different. The return from investing in your kid, if you're poor, change. And, you know, maybe different in a poor neighborhood. So as the return to education progressively deteriorate, there is even a larger gap in the investment of parents. So this is the new channel that we, you know, focus on. And the segregation is this amplifying mechanism. Not only you're poor, but you're segregated, through which inequality generates more future inequality and lower future intergenerational mobility. So we use the data that we collected on inequality, segregation, and mobility. So the whole census tract level data as well as NLSY data to calibrate a steady state, well, an equilibrium, okay, or representative metro in 1980. So we take, the average metro in US, and we say how much poor, how many rich, and how educated they are. And we use data to inform this model. And then we use, and that's where Larry comes to play, and Chetty and Cotters, we use their macro estimates to discipline the spillover effect. So the externality, the fact that there is an effect from the neighborhood you live in to the return to the education. And then we run experiments. So we can say, suppose that there was, people have talked a lot about the skill bias technological change. There has been this big literature has been pointing to technology, to skill bias technological change as a major source of the increase in inequality in the last 40 years. So let's suppose there was that, what happens in this dynamic model in which segregation is amplifying differences quantitatively. And also, we can run a counterfactual. So we can shut off, the channel and say, now, suppose the spillover is 0, so there is not any more externality from living in a particular neighborhood. We can run the counterfactual and see how much is this amplifying effect important. And this is a good environment also to think about policies, of course. So that's, this is the last slide, and the idea is this paper is, is trying to answer exactly this question, which is how to revive the American dream. What kind of policies, may be more effective, and how much can we get out of them, and who are the winners and the losers when we keep into account, the general equilibrium effect. So this model lends itself well for this job because there is an externality. So think about the idea that inequality is simply due to technological factors. Well, then it's not clear there is a role for policy. I mean, unless you simply want to redistribute. That would be, one way to justify it. But instead, here we actually have, what we economists call a market failure. That is, people are not internalizing, the kind of effect that they have on their neighbors when they're moving around. And so there may be a scope for increasing everybody's welfare and not just redistributing across the different groups. Like we were saying before, you can move some low-income families out of a neighborhood, but then, you're going to move back somebody else in. So how do we net this out? And the main message of the paper is that education is becoming more of a divider than an equalizer. So instead of being, and I had this ladder before thinking about education, because education has always been perceived as the way in which poor people can actually, bring themselves up and make it in society, live the American dream. And what is going on is that, it looks like it's becoming more of a divider where the top of the population, the top income of the population is sort of taking off. And so the idea is that it would be important to break the link between, where you live and the school where you go to, for example, and trying to think about policies that guarantee widespread access to education so that the poor kids are not trapped into, low disadvantaged neighborhood and low quality public schools. So break the link between residential choice and school choice could be one way so that, poor kids can access good quality education. And vice versa, I think it will be actually useful also for rich kids to sort of move around more. And also think about a more centralized school financing, because as long as, the school financing is so localized, and so poor neighborhoods are clearly disadvantaged in terms of financing their local schools. That could be another way to think about redistributing resources across schools, breaking the link, and as well as thinking about housing policies that will eventually help in breaking up, the circle of inequality and segregation. Thank you.
We're going to try a slightly different format for this panel, so I will have a couple of questions for each presenter. So my questions for Alessandra are as follows. Could you elaborate a little bit on the type of local spillover mechanism that you have in mind? How about the role of land use restrictions? We know that, for instance, regulations that restrict the building of multifamily housing units discourage poor households from living in rich neighborhoods. And finally, how do you think that your story interacts with greater geographic sorting by skills on the part of workers? Many have documented that over the past 30 years, US cities have become increasingly characterized by very different skill mix in terms of the proportion of high-skilled workers, largely due to changes in local labor demand. Do you think your story applies equally well to all cities or to cities where the mix of workers and industries is more balanced? I have lots of questions for everybody, so feel free to answer what you think is most
Thank you so much for your questions. So the spillover is a model really as a black box in our, and we kept this very general because we sort of thinking about all these different effects that go from the public schools quality to the peer effects. And important are also role models that you grow up with and the social norms that Stephen was talking about. So these are all ways in which, and I think we'll learn a lot from the previous presentation, in which a neighborhood matters for children outcomes. And so we kept, this functional form quite flexible in order to incorporate all these possible effects. And then what we do is to use sort of like the best micro estimates so that we can actually rely on how much this effect in total will be, because we know when you move a kid, from one place, we just learned how much larger his income will be. So that is a way in which we discipline our effect, and we incorporate it and see what happens in the full dynamics. The other thing we can do, and thank you for the question, is to think about, because it's a general equilibrium model, we can think about housing regulation, for example, because we have a supply and a demand for housing. So for what you just mentioned, like zoning and regulations that sort of restrict, buildings, and what happens is that if you actually change the elasticity of supply, which is you make it harder for the city to expand, or for the neighborhood to expand when there is more demand, then what happens? The prices react more. So you actually observe, that cities where there was more zoning and so on, the largest cities or the coast, are the ones where the prices, the housing prices have skyrocketed. So this is all part of a model in which you think about both, supply and demand. And then lastly, and
Boston versus Detroit.
I want to, that this story is sort of like, if you want, it's complementary to the stories that are thinking about movement of people across cities. So there is a literature out there, there is a great literature thinking about, and that you were just mentioning, thinking about how educated workers or how resources are migrating, toward high skill, high productivity cities, sort of reinforcing these differences across time. The mechanism is very similar because as these educated workers move to the Bay Area, these engineers and so on, they're going to make the spillover in the city even larger, making it even more likely that more engineers and more highly educated workers will move there. But on the other hand, it's different because we're thinking about the within cities. So how this similar mechanism, if you want, may even work at the local level, so at the city level. So we're observing, this divergence across cities, but we're also observing the divergence across our neighborhoods. And that's what, our research is sort of focusing on.
Thank you. So our next panelist is Derek Neal, professor of economics at the University of Chicago, and who's going to talk to us broadly about educational policy.
So it might appear that this is misplaced in that on the surface it doesn't look like I'm talking about segregation. But I've been teaching this class at the University of Chicago for 6 or 7 years now in education policy. And the idea is to view education policy as a mechanism design problem where you take as given the amount of money we've set aside per student that the government's going to spend to educate children, and you ask what mechanisms for spending that money would deliver the greatest learning gains for children. And I believe that this topic fits because the evidence for the last 30 years in the private school literature, the charter school literature, has always been that if there is a place where someone benefits from gaining the opportunity to leave their best public option and go to a charter or a private school, it's almost always the case that the children who benefit most from that opportunity, if they benefit at all, are going to be minority children in large cities. Those are where the gains from having an alternative to the public option appear to be greatest, and that's been true in the literature for a very long time. And so one question is, rather than moving people, what could we do in terms of public policy to design systems such that the money we spend in these communities actually produces better schooling? Because as we heard this morning, and it's been true for at least 30 years, there's a lot of spending in urban public schools. And there's a lot of spending in urban public schools that serve minority populations. And so a different way to attack this inequality problem is to say, what can we do policy-wise to put in place a procurement system so that the money we spend on schools in these neighborhoods would actually produce better schooling? And I was running a tutoring program on the south side of Chicago in a very bad neighborhood over 20 years ago when I started working on this. And while I was spending weeks trying to get a curriculum sheet from a local neighborhood school, Kevin Murphy and Bob Tappell were in the suburbs taking over a school board to fire a superintendent who had picked a bad math curriculum. And so I couldn't get a curriculum sheet out of the Chicago Public Schools, even writing on stationery saying I run the tutoring program at the church around the corner, I'm a college professor. And Kevin and Bob out in the suburbs could take over the school district Board of Education and get rid of a bad superintendent in 6 months. And so I think this is an important public policy question. We're going to start with a 3-period model of life of investment in 2 skills. There's two skills in the world. One is the skill to produce and therefore earn. The other is the skill to learn. And the idea is you can't learn to produce until you learn to learn. And what we're going to argue just by going through this is that it's the learning skills that advantage kids acquire when they're young that matter for lifetime inequality. It's, you know, when I was 15 or 16 and I got my first job pumping gas, a bunch of us from the same high school were all working for the same petroleum company. And my friends that, you know, later didn't graduate high school and got a GED and didn't do very well in their 40s, they were just as good or better the first day that we showed up for these jobs. What was different was I was able to learn new things faster. Okay, and so I'm going to skip the math so the computer doesn't break, but I came to Minnesota, so there is a Bellman equation here, just so they'd let me in the building. But I want to point to this graph. This is out of the National Longitudinal Survey of 1979. And what you do is you classify people by what their final level of education is going to be. And you take that as whatever they had at age 40, and then you plot their the average earnings of these different groups at each age. And what you see is that this graph is completely at odds with the idea that somehow there's just this huge initial difference in productivity between the well-educated people and the not well-educated people, say in their 20s. And economists who've studied human capital models know about the crossover age of, you know, 26 to somewhere up in the late 20s, depending on what cohort you're looking at. But the best way to kind of generate this picture is to take the simple Ben Perath model of human capital, assume that everybody when they're 18 has the same ability to produce, that my friends and I were all equally productive on our first job, but then pick 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different levels of the scale parameter on the human production technology accumulation function. Pick 5 different levels of learning efficiency. And in a half an hour with MATLAB, you can create this graph. That this is very consistent with an idea that what drives inequality among people is their ability to learn, not that they bring to adulthood, not their ability to produce when they're young, but their ability to learn. And so that's why inequality explodes at these later ages, because you've been using this learning ability to acquire larger and larger stocks. And as you cut back on learning and start to really focus on earning in your 40s and 50s, there's this big gap. All right, so if learning is the key and the learning skills are acquired K through 12 and before, then credit market constraints become a big deal, because 5-year-olds can't go to the bank and say, I was born into a poor or born into a disinterested family. They're not going to invest efficiently in my skills. Let me take out a loan. I'll invest efficiently in my skills, then I'll pay you back out of my adult earnings. As my colleague Jim Heckman says, the biggest Arrow DeBrew incompleteness in the world is there's no market for better parents if you happen to be born to parents without the resources or the altruism to invest in you efficiently. And so what this tells you when you think about this is that optimal education policy is really a discussion about how we provide education services not for the rich kids, but for the middle class and below. None of this matters for my kids. If the public schools are messed up, they're going to go to a private school, or I'm going to move to a different public school district. What this is really about is how we serve the children, not the parents, but how we serve the children who are born into families where the parents may not be able to do it. Okay, and everybody knows this, government can do something here that you can't do through private loan markets because they can tax one generation, they can float bonds to one generation, pay it off by taxing Joey after he's skilled. Okay, and so we want to ask, what's the right way to spend the revenue that we raise with these bonds to get the most human capital for Joey that we can? And this is a well-motivated question because there's a lot of circumstantial evidence, and some that's more than circumstantial, that especially in large cities, the traditional public schooling model wastes a lot of money. And so if we can eliminate waste, we can do better, because we can take the money we're wasting and actually apply it to building human capital. So this is, by the way, the class I teach led to a book. It's coming out in Harvard University Press in March, and it's supposed to be on Amazon, so there we go. There's the advertisement. And what you're getting now is kind of an outline of the book. So it's absolutely astonishing if you send an RA to the library that has any skill at all with LexisNexis. It's absolutely astonishing how easy it is to find large-scale embezzlement and kickback schemes in urban public schools. And I have kind of 30 years of these case studies in different files that some of them are highlighted in the appendices to books, but it's just mind-numbing. One of the things we don't know is what's the denominator. Maybe the public accountants that are auditing Google are missing a lot, and a lot's being stolen from them too, and we don't know. But it's really astonishing how much just obvious fraud there is in large urban public schools. The more serious evidence of waste in the public school model, though, comes from a lot of the personnel policies. And the big ticket item here is this master's in education credential. In 17 states, there's a law that says if someone goes to an ed school and they get a master's in education, they get an automatic like $4,000 a year raise for the rest of their career. And if you go to an education research conference, the only thing that you can get everybody in the room to agree with, regardless of whether the Heritage Foundation or the Ford Foundation funded the research, is that these Masters in Education programs are worthless. They don't affect anyone's efficiency as a teacher. But between the unions that bargain for them and the state employees that run the directional universities, Western, Eastern, whatever state you happen to be in, that run these programs, there's a powerful political coalition for them, and no state seems to be able to get rid of them. North Carolina was written up in the New York Times as passing a law to get rid of this rule. 4 years later, I checked, they never got rid of it. They were still paying according to the same schedules. Okay? And also, the teacher quality literature is at odds with these very rigid personnel policies. So I'm going to go through the reforms that have kind of been on the table the last 20 or 30 years, and I'm going to make the argument that the problem is that everyone has looked at these reforms in two ways that aren't helpful. The first is they've looked at them as substitutes. We're going to do this or that. And the second is they've looked at implementation in kind of a haphazard way. There's been, we just need accountability, or we just need competition, or we just need that. And people have not taken seriously the idea that the design matters. And so what I'm going to try to argue is that if we want to get better provision of public education to disadvantaged communities, we have to care about building a mechanism that views these previous reform efforts as possibly complementary inputs into a larger system, and we always have to remember that the design details are going to matter. Okay? Assessment-based incentives, this was No Child Left Behind. Assessment-based incentives are not a market solution. They were advertised that way as bringing business practices to public education, but that's not what they are. These are the types of things that in MBA programs you're taught have often blown up in the face of private firms that tried to use simple statistics for incentive provision. There's what I think, and these people are friends of mine, and I'm not talking behind their back, but because I've said it to their face, but you know, Doug and Jonah have written these, you know, crazy, well, let's fire this many % of the teacher papers. Those things don't even make sense unless you believe that teachers are robots and they're just either good or bad and they don't respond to incentives. Taylor and Tyler, the work that I survey, Roland stuff, there's a lot of evidence that teachers respond when you put pressure on them, which means if we announce these termination rules as policies and actually use them, then the variance of the distribution of teacher performance would change and all the optimal rules wouldn't be optimal anymore. But the big point is that when you go to assessment-based incentives, and we're going to test and create statistics and use those statistics as the monitoring device rather than direct, you know, bureaucratic control, we're going to have bureaucracy by statistics, you just trade one set of hidden action problems for another. And the three key issues that come up are triage, cheating, and coaching. Okay? And so I'm just going to show you the pictures here. In Chicago, in the late 90s, there was a Chicago-specific accountability system. In the early 2000s, there was NCLBP, No Child Left Behind. It's possible to get a bunch of different pictures of this form that Diane Schanzenbach and I published in a paper in 2010. I cherry-picked this one because it's the prettiest one that makes the point most dramatically. And what the dots are is you're predicting 5th grade scores based on 3rd grade scores from a period before the reform, and then taking the 5th grade scores in the year after the accountability system is put in for a group of kids who took the 3rd grade scores under the old system, under low stakes. And what you see is that the gains occur in the middle of the distribution, and actually the children at the bottom of the distribution are harmed. And the reason they're harmed is those kids have no chance of ever making this common proficiency standard. And so when George Bush announced we're going to have one proficiency standard for all kids so that we get rid of the soft bigotry of low expectations, what he was guaranteeing in the states that didn't dilute the proficiency standards was that the kids who were farthest behind would be ignored. Because if you tell the teachers we're going to count proficiency scores and there are kids that are already 3 grades behind and can never be proficient, your optimal allocation of resources is to ignore those kids. And so that's triage. The other thing is, anytime you use psychometric scales to create statistics and then create rules for handing out rewards and punishments, you've got a verifiability problem. Because if you take a set of educational standards in the curriculum and you tell an educational testing service, go create a system, come back, and then take the results and draw a proficiency line and tell us who is proficient, who is excellent, who needs improvement according to these standards, and you took 2 honest firms and told them to do that, they would come back with different readings on who was proficient and who wasn't. They wouldn't come back with the exact same answers. And so anything that is impossible to do in a verifiable way correctly is possible to do in a way where you're cheating, and it'll be very hard to detect the cheating. And for those of you who don't believe this is a big issue, it's because you live in the wrong state. In 2006, under No Child Left Behind in Illinois, 78.2% of 8th graders were proficient in mathematics. In 2005, 54.3% were proficient in mathematics. I live in a state with far more than 10 million people. This is not Rhode Island, so this is not sampling error. Maybe Tony Robbins came and gave a very inspirational speech to the 8th grade math teachers in August of 2005. What actually happened was that they changed contractors for the test development and told a consulting firm to develop a report that would put the old performance scores on the new scale to have new proficiency lines. And I studied that report for a whole afternoon and couldn't find where they had cooked it, but we know they cooked it. And if you look at the gains in proficiency levels on these state tests under No Child Left Behind, and you look at the change in state NAEP scores, it wasn't just Illinois. There was a point under No Child Left Behind where the most proficient kids in the country were in Mississippi. Okay? The last thing is, you hear a lot of nonsense, and the Obama administration kind of doubled down on the Bush administration's mistake. You hear a lot of nonsense about we just need more sophisticated tests, and then you can teach to the test and it'll be good teaching. But that means you've never studied psychometrics and you don't know how they make these things, and you don't know how everything they do to give you a consistent scale builds in a coaching opportunity. So here's the next picture. The CPAs, the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, they did a full race to the top on the CPA exam in 2004 because they wanted something they could defend in court as this is scientific. So all of the fancy features that Race to the Top put in the new assessments were already in the CPA exam. And so the first year they give it's 2005, they go from a 41% pass rate to a 51% pass rate in just a few years, and then it drops to 45 in 1 year. The only thing that changed, nothing about the curriculum, nothing about the way they wrote the questions, the only thing that changed in 2011 was the computer interface where you saw the questions. And then shortly afterwards, this company called Becker CPA Review put up on their website, we have put together our best team of test experts, CPA experts, and software developers and to Project Hammer Team, and we have nailed the new exam. Give us $3,000 and you can take the exam on a terminal where it looks exactly like it will on game day. Okay? And so if we had kept the high stakes environment that we had 5-10 years ago and had gone to these more sophisticated tests and kept the stakes where they were, it wouldn't have gotten rid of coaching. It would have just wasted more money because we would have paid for every school to have their own computer lab to mimic the game day experience. Okay, you need 2 tests if you're going to do this. One that you can't scale at all because it was designed not to be predictable, and then another one to track secular trends and achievement that has no stakes on it, so that you aren't having this contamination over time with people playing funny business. So you need 2 tools for 2 jobs. If you did that, then the incentive system that you would have to be based on ranks alone. And so the question is, are ranks enough? It's not obvious they are, because if I have 3 students and Mark has 3 students, one of my students beat Mark's students, they were paired up, and then 2 of his beat mine and they were paired up initially. I could have still produced more human capital because I could have killed Mark in the one head-to-head comparison and he could have barely won. But a paper I wrote with Gotti Barlevy in 2012 said it turns out ranks are enough. And we'll skip this because I missed the 5-minute sign somehow. I kept looking for it and didn't see it. Now I saw the 1-minute sign. But the point is, you can build an optimal assessment-based incentive system with only ranks based on competition. And the key is, linking to this morning, this word composition. Oh my goodness, what did I do? Okay. Oh, it's still up there. Okay. The key is composition, that you want the people who serve disadvantaged children in disadvantaged communities to only compete against other schools that are serving kids in similar communities. And if you organize the competition that way, then you provide incentives for people to actually provide better education to these children. The other two things that we want to look at very quickly are charters and vouchers. And the reason we want to look at those is that even optimal assessment-based incentives do nothing for these soft skills that Larry talked about. You have no idea how the schools are doing on safety, how the schools are doing on promoting emotional stability, how the schools are doing on promoting social skills and non-cognitive skills. And I think there's a lot of suggestive evidence that parents often have a lot of information about this. And parents often pick schools in these voucher and charter experiments. Sometimes they pick schools that aren't doing great academically, but are doing well in terms of safety and these non-academic things. And so, to go really fast, you get the same thing in both the charter and the voucher literature. You get these charter and urban vouchers spending a lot less money per student than the local public schools. In the no excuses charters, for a lot less money, you actually get a lot more achievement. In all of them, you get more attainment, more going to college, more success in adulthood for less money. Okay? These same interventions out in the suburbs don't matter at all, because those kids are going to get theirs either way. And so to really move fast here, what we want is one procurement system that recognizes two agency problems. The agency problem between the publicly funded educator and the taxpayer, and the agency problem that exists between some parents and their children. In that some parents, given choice, will make, because they're poorly informed or maybe not sufficiently motivated, they may make a poor academic choice for their children. Pick the school that's convenient rather than the school that's really performing well. And so the question is, how do you build one system that uses something like deferred acceptance to get rankings from parents so we get their information about what they know about the schools, but it is constrained choice. The accountability system says there's a certain record of performance that you can have as a school where you not only didn't get bonuses, but you lost your right to receive public funds. And that addresses the reality that some parents might not be making decisions that are in the best long-term interest of their children. If all parents were fully informed and well-motivated, it's easy, we just hand out vouchers. But there's a lot of evidence in the voucher literature, especially this Louisiana experiment, that that's not the truth. And so the optimal mechanism is not something that anyone solved yet. I'm going to try to be working on this, of how do you define this managed choice system where you give parents a constrained choice set and say you can choose among this set. And there's competition that is active and vigorous among this set of approved providers. And I think that's the direction we should go in terms of education policy, because it gets rid of the monopoly problem that you have in current traditional public schooling, but it also gets rid of the fiction that vouchers are some magic pill and there doesn't need to be any oversight of what schools get public money. Sorry for going over.
This was a longer minute than I thought, but let me ask you my questions. Feel free to answer just the one in the interest of time that you think is most relevant. So you talked about the importance of credit constraints in early education and the fact that family may not be the best agents for children. Which kind of innovative financial solutions do you think we should contemplate? For instance, how about making programs like the Earned Income Tax Credit more generous for poor family, conditional on measure of achievement. And you talked briefly about the importance of liberalizing the input markets, the market for teachers in particular. If a liberalization along the line you suggest is not all the way feasible, let's say politically, what should we try to do at the very minimum? And lastly, you talk briefly about the structure evaluation systems. How can we best encourage children to acquire a combination of very different skills in schools, like soft and hard? Please pick one, whatever you like.
So I'll take the first one. I think the first one illustrates how the devil is in the details, and that we always want to think about hidden action. So for example, in the paper percentile scheme that Gadi and I proposed, it's worked pretty well in several experiments. I worry if you try to do it on a large scale on a continuous basis, how are people going to try to game the seeding? How are people going to try to game what league they play in? And if we had a situation where we gave parents who were economically disadvantaged, we gave them tax breaks or more money or more aid if their children did better in school, I would worry about a lot of hidden action problems. I would worry about kids being beaten for failing an exam. I would worry about collusion between teachers and parents in these neighborhoods and grade inflation and other problems like that. And so I think the lesson you get if you study this literature is the source of all the problems, whether it's traditional public school, assessment-based incentives, or any of these choice plans. The problem is always hidden action. The problem is always some actor is able to take an action that is in their interest, that is not in the interest of the children you're trying to spend the money on behalf of. And I would be hesitant about that first suggestion because the hidden action warning sign goes off in my head when you say it.
Thank you. So let's move to our next speaker is Sean Reardon. He's a professor of education at Stanford University.
So this has been a very interesting day, and I want to thank everyone who's spoken so far. A lot to think about. So I want to talk today about work I've been doing around segregation and school and neighborhood contexts in which kids grow up. And there's sort of two big questions I think maybe to think about. And one is sort of, should we worry about segregation? In particular, should we worry about it for educational outcomes in the short term? And if so, what features of segregation should we attend to the most? I'm going to give you some sort of descriptive evidence and something that tries to get closer to something that gets at mechanisms, but it's not going to be the last word on the subject, I think it's fair to say. I'm going to start by showing you some data. So Alessandra nicely gave you a little preview of this. So this is population level data on student academic achievement from every public school in the United States. So we have about 300 million standardized test scores from 2009 to 2015. These are the standardized tests taken by every public school student in grades 3 to 8 in math and reading over that time period. So the data is from about 11,500 school districts. And we have it. We have the data by school, by grade, by race, ethnicity, by gender, by free lunch status, and so on. So I'm going to show you sort of highly aggregated versions of that, that is aggregated to the school district. So we're going to aggregate over 7 years and 6 grades and 2 subjects in order not to drown you in data. But one feature of having this much data is we get precise estimates of the average test scores, even in very small school districts, because we have it for many years and many grades. So there's a lot of information here. And then we also can link it to American Community Survey data and other data about the socioeconomic characteristics of school districts, and in particular socioeconomic characteristics of the families who have children enrolled in the public schools in that district. So the data is the family background data from ACS is tabulated in a way that lines up well with the population of kids for whom we have test scores. So just high level, this is a map of average test scores in the United States for 11,500 school districts. In some ways, it looks a lot like the Raj Chetty et al. Map that Larry showed this morning about mobility. That is, purple here is sort of scores that are well below the national average, and green is well above the national average. But not entirely, and there's a lot of fine-grained detail. If we look at how those test scores relate to the socioeconomic characteristics of the families in those school districts, we get this picture, which is, I think, like the one that Alessandra showed. That is, on the horizontal axis, we have a measure of socioeconomic characteristics of the families of kids in the public schools. This is an index constructed from income levels, parents' educational attainment, poverty rates, SNAP eligibility rates, single-parent household rates, and unemployment rates. So we put all that together into one index where 0 is the national average, and these are standard deviation units. So, and then the vertical axis, for some of what I'll show you, we're going to scale the test scores in grade level units because that's sort of easily interpretable. If you want to think of it in standard deviations of student level test scores, about 3 grade levels is about 1 standard deviation of the student level test score distribution. So there's sort of a 3-to-1 conversion there. The key feature here is that not only is there a lot of variation in test scores across school districts, but it's highly, highly correlated with the socioeconomic conditions in those places. That correlation is about 0.8. Now remember, that's an aggregate correlation. So if you look at the student level correlation between family background and test scores, that correlation is about 0.4. But in the aggregate, of course, the correlation gets stronger. But that is to say, knowing something about the community characteristics where children grow up is to say we know a lot about the opportunities available to them. What we don't know is whether this pattern and whether the differences in educational opportunities in different places arise because of characteristics of the family, the resources that parents have and that they can provide for their kids, or whether they arise because of characteristics of the place. And that's sort of the essential question. Is this evidence of kind of place-based or segregation effects, or is this just evidence of family background effects that drive both the sorting and drive these differences in outcomes? So I'm going to try to sort of get us a little bit of an answer to that. If we look at the test scores in each of those school districts broken down by free lunch eligibility status, so the red dots here are the average test scores of the children who are not eligible for free lunch, and the yellow for free lunch, you can see that within any given district, at any level of socioeconomic characteristics of a community, the low-income students score about 2 grade levels on average below the non-poor students. That's about 2/3 of a standard deviation. You can also see that there's a gradient here. That is, poor kids in the very poor communities have lower average test scores than poor kids do who grow up in more affluent communities. Now that might seem, on the one hand, evidence of a kind of a place-based contextual effect. Better to be poor in a rich neighborhood than to be poor in a poor neighborhood. But I think we ought to be a little bit cautious about that interpretation, because the poor kids in the poor communities are a lot poorer than the average poor kid in the rich communities. And so there's still the potential that some or all of that gradient you see there is driven by unobserved differences in family resources and background that our simple sort of free lunch measure isn't accounting for. But it suggests there's something something that we ought to think about further. If we look at it in terms of race, the red dots here are test scores of African American students. The yellow dots are test scores of Hispanic students, and white for white students, conveniently color-coded. And now the horizontal axis is the average socioeconomic characteristics of the children of that specific race. So think of, is there a laser button here? Yeah. Yes, there is. Look at it. So, this dot over here would be a place where the African American students in this district have average socioeconomic status that's this low. And this would be a place where the Hispanic students have. So we're sort of conditioning on the socioeconomic characteristics of each of these particular sets of kids. And you can see there's still some difference between them. Black and Hispanic students score lower conditional on their average socioeconomic conditions than white students do, but it's muted relative to the overall pattern of generally much lower performance among African American students and much higher performance among white students. Much, but not all of that is related to socioeconomic differences. All right, so does segregation matter, though? That's the question. And this is, in some ways, there's two ways to think about this question. One is to say, does it matter for the average test score? That is there sort of an inefficiency to segregation where on average things are worse when we have highly segregated places? And the other is to say, does it matter for inequality between the segregated groups? So are achievement gaps larger in highly segregated places, net of other things, because African Americans or Hispanic students have fewer resources in a segregated context than they would in a more integrated context? I'm going to focus on sort of answering the second question. And in some ways, you can think of that as a way, is sort of about, does place matter? Does school context matter? Does neighborhood matter? So segregation produces differences in context. And so if segregation leads to inequalities in outcomes, then it's because context matters and segregation leads to these differences in context. So this is a kind of a messy picture you don't need to pay a ton of attention to, but the sort of general background model is that we have family resource disparities. Think of this as racial differences in family income and other kinds of resources. We have education policies and practices. We have a lot of background stuff of the sort that Richard talked about at lunch today in terms of housing policy, discrimination, the legacies of segregation, preferences, all sorts of things. All of those things create the patterns of residential and school segregation we see today. And in particular, residential segregation is a big driver of school segregation. But so are other things, particularly the ways that school districts allocate students to schools. And then segregation might matter because it creates lots of differences in the kinds of conditions that kids have. I'm going to not talk much about that today, but sort of more look at net of these sort of pathways that come directly from family resource differences. Is segregation related to achievement gaps? All right, so there are a couple different dimensions of segregation that we might think are relevant. And one is does residential segregation matter for educational opportunity, or does school segregation? Should we worry more about where kids live in their neighborhood context, or should we worry more about where they go to school in their school context? Should we worry more about large-scale segregation between school districts, or should we worry about segregation between individual schools? That is, are the resources that might matter in a segregated context differentiated between school districts at a sort of larger scale, or are they differentiated kind of even within school districts between schools? In the segregation literature, we often think about differences in exposure and unevenness, and you can think of it this way. A black student going to school in Detroit goes to, on average, a school that's 90% or more African American. Is that a segregated school? Or is Detroit segregated because that's true? Well, if we think of segregation as exposure, that is, who is the average black student's classmates, then we would say, yes, it's segregated because it's got a very high concentration of African American students. But if you think of segregation as unevenness, that is, do white and black students go to different schools? Well, in Detroit, no. On average, Detroit is not very segregated in that sense. That is, the few white students who are in Detroit go to schools that have roughly the same racial composition as the black students do. So one is about what's the experience of the average black or Hispanic student, what's their school or neighborhood like, and the other is how different is the average experience of black and white students. And the literature is mixed and muddled, I think, about which of these we should sort of care more about. And the third is, should we care more about the racial composition of kids' context, or should we care about the socioeconomic composition of their context? Does segregation matter because black students end up in schools and neighborhoods with lots of other black students, or does it matter because they end up in schools and neighborhoods with lots of poor students, for example? So if we think of these 4 different kinds of dimensions, we can construct 16 different measures of segregation, which are every possible combination of these things. That is, we can look at residential segregation between school districts in an unevenness sense, with uneven exposure to racial compositions. We can do all this, and conveniently I've done that for you. And then we can see which of those 16 measures is most correlated with achievement gaps, and then go from there. So what I've got here is school segregation is the left-hand panel, residential segregation measures are the right-hand panel, exposure measures are the top panel, and evenness or differences in exposure measures are the bottom panel. And then within each of these, there's a sort of a between school or between district component, and there's also an exposure to race or an exposure to poverty thing. So that's the 16 things, and the numbers here are just the simple bivariate correlation of each of these measures with the racial achievement gap. We have 311 metropolitan areas. We compute the achievement gap in each of them. We compute all 16 of these for this, and we say, just first order, what's the sort of strongest predictor if I had to pick one? And the story is generally the school segregation measures are more correlated than the residential ones. The evenness ones are more correlated with achievement gaps than the exposure ones. The ones that are based on the socioeconomic or poverty composition of schools and neighbors are more correlated than the racial ones, and the school-based ones, or the between-school ones, are more correlated than the between-district ones. And so at the end of the day, the highest correlation is this. This is a measure of the difference in the school poverty rates of black and white students. So knowing that has a correlation of about 0.63 with the racial achievement gap in the metropolitan area. Not to say the other ones aren't correlated, but they are. And if we look at the Hispanic white gaps, we see all the same sort of general patterns. Again, the segregation measure that's most correlated with the achievement gap is the extent to which white and Hispanic students attend schools with different proportions of poor classmates. So it's the poverty rate of kids' schools that seems the most salient feature. Now I'm going to go and do a little bit more deeper analysis of this. Well, first let me show you how that measure varies. So this is all metropolitan areas in the US. And the horizontal axis here is the average proportion of poor students in a white student school in that school district. And the vertical axis is the average proportion of poor student in a black student's school or in a Hispanic student school over here. And you can see the 45-degree line would mean white and black students on average go to schools with the same poverty rate. No segregation by this measure. Most places are well above that line, and in some cases 40 or 50 percentage points above that line. That is, there are some metropolitan areas where the average black student goes to a school with a poverty rate that's 50 percentage points higher than that of the average white student school. That's an enormous difference, given that poverty rates in most metropolitan areas hover below 20%. Then let's see, so this is how that measure has changed over time. So the white line is the average poverty rate in the average white student school in these metropolitan areas, blue and yellow for blacks and Hispanics. So you can see that on average, black and Hispanic students go to higher poverty schools than white students, and the trends for all those groups have been going up over time. Particularly, you see a bump sort of around the recession period. And the gap between whites and blacks and whites and Hispanics, which is shown here, has been slowly going up over time. Not dramatically, but has gone up by 3 to 4 percentage points over the last 2 decades. So this measure of segregation, if this is the one we should care about, it's been sort of trending in the wrong direction over the last few decades. Here's just a simple plot of this segregation measure on the x-axis against the white-black achievement gap. And you can see, first you can see the correlation, but also even in places, how do I go backwards? Even in places where there's no segregation, it's not like the achievement gap goes away. This isn't the only thing driving the achievement gap. But there is a correlation. This is the same for Hispanics. All right, if we put all of these measures in the model together, along with a bunch of other control variables for the average incomes in a place, the average educational attainment in a place, the racial differences in income, and all the sort of socioeconomic and racial composition background. If we put various combinations of these in the model together, the ones that consistently show up as significant even when controlling for the others are, again, these measures of the difference between black and white students proportion poor in their schools. And just this single measure alone explains almost as much of the variance in the achievement gap as having all of them in the model together. That is, this one variable alone sort of seems to carry basically all the water for the different segregation measures. That's not to say the other ones don't matter, but they may matter sort of through their impact on differences in exposure to poverty. And this is the same thing for Hispanic students. The story, again, is the same. This one measure kind of carries all the water for all the segregation measures. Now let's do something a little bit different. So let me show you now for districts. So that was metropolitan areas. Here's every school district in the United States that has at least 100 black and 100 white students. And this is our measure of segregation, the white-black difference in sorry, this is not our measure of segregation. This is a measure of the white-black difference in family background between students in this school district. So 0 means the average white and black student in this school district have families with the same level of income, the same proportion with a college degree, the same levels of poverty, and so on. There are very few such school districts in the United States. I keep hitting the wrong button. And in those places where there's a very small difference in socioeconomic status between whites and blacks, the achievement gap is much smaller than it is on average, but it's not 0, which is to say there's more than just socioeconomic differences that seem to be implicated in these achievement gaps. But the relationship is quite strong. This is Washington, D.C. and Atlanta, if you're interested. So there's an enormous difference in the socioeconomic background of white and black families in both Washington and Atlanta. Very well-educated, affluent whites in both places, and large populations of low-income blacks. And the achievement gaps in those places are about 4.5 grade levels different, so they're enormous. This is Detroit. So Detroit has no real disparity in socioeconomic conditions and not much segregation either, because most everyone is really, really poor in Detroit, and most everyone scores really, really badly on standardized tests. So this is not the poster child for how to eliminate the achievement gap. This is, but it is, I think, part of evidence that disparities in both family background and disparities in context are implicated in the achievement gap, but clearly not the way to solve it. This now is our measure of segregation, white-black differences in exposure to poverty at the school district level. Again, really highly correlated with the achievement gap. Let me show you a few more. This is so the next thing I want to say is we might think the achievement gap when kids enter school is big, and it is, and it doesn't grow a whole lot, particularly from 3rd grade onward. So one thing we can look at is, does the achievement gap grow from 3rd to 8th grade more in highly segregated places than less segregated places? You can think of it as we're trying to difference out all the sort of early childhood differences in kids and sort of say, if the schools are segregated, we might worry that that would lead to larger gaps the longer kids are in school. So is that true?
I thought this guy Reardon wrote a paper saying that you can't say that because it's scale dependent.
I'm going to answer that later, Derek. So if we look at the growth in the achievement gap from 3rd to 8th grade, this is how many grade levels the gap increases per grade. You can see there's a moderate correlation here. And then if we look at the gap between poor and non-poor students in a district, again, that's correlated with the segregation of poor and non-poor students. And the growth rate of that gap is moderately correlated with segregation between poor and non-poor students. So this is all just bivariate stuff. So the last thing we do is then we're going to put the segregation measures along with a whole bunch of the socioeconomic differences, the racial composition, into a big regression model and sort of see, do these patterns hold up once we account for all the background differences in families, as well as some characteristics of schools, school funding, and so on. And these are our regression results. The top is just a set of bivariate correlations, but the multivariate regression results are these. And this panel is for white-black gaps, this panel for white-Hispanic gaps. And the left-hand one is for levels. That's just the size of the gap at third grade. And then this is the slope. This is the growth rate of the gap from third to eighth grade. And what you see is that for the size of the gap, the segregation measure is highly predictive of it. But it's also predictive of the growth rate. But the socioeconomic background stuff is no longer predictive of the growth rate. That is, socioeconomic differences seem to explain gaps when kids get to school and early in school, but they don't seem predictive of the differences in the rate of growth of achievement over time. But segregation is predictive not only of the levels of the gaps when kids get to school, but of the growth rates. And so all of this, I think, suggests collectively that segregation, and in particular this one dimension of segregation, the extent to which students go to schools with different poverty rates, is implicated in producing educational inequality or differences in educational outcome. Now, it doesn't tell us, A, this is not strict causal. I mean, we've differenced out district fixed effects and time fixed effects by doing these differences, and we've controlled for lots of other things, but there's certainly lots of reasons to worry that this has still got some endogeneity in it. But I think it also, importantly, doesn't tell us what's the mechanism. Why is it bad to go to a high poverty school? Because essentially that's what all this says. It's bad to go to a high poverty school, both in terms of initial learning rates as well as continued learning rates. And there's, I think, some of the conversation we had earlier today suggests that, but I think some of the reasons are peer effects, and not just in the sense of the kid you're next to behavior kind of rubbing off on you, but teachers change their instruction in a school that's got lots of students with low levels of academic skills initially. The teacher's going to aim her curriculum and her instruction towards that sort of median student in the school, and so students aren't going to get the most rigorous or challenging curriculum, and so they may not have the same kinds of opportunities to learn. It's harder to attract skilled teachers and harder to retain teachers in high poverty schools. High poverty schools have a lot of surrounding problems in terms of discipline and behavior problems and stuff that interfere with learning processes. So that's not to say that it's the poverty of the kids you're sitting next to that impacts you, but that it's very hard to build and sustain high quality schools at scale in conditions of concentrated poverty. And so we're sort of still working on this, and I think one of the things you can't do in the real world is randomly assign systems to different levels of segregation to sort of see what happens. But you can, I think, learn about this from mobility and from some natural experiments that might sort of create some of these differences. And so we're trying to think about ways to get kind of better estimates of these. But the magnitude of these estimates is not trivial. A 10 percentage point difference in poverty rates would lead to about a 0.09 or 0.07 difference in initial achievement gaps. And then over 10 years, another 0.07 or so increase in standard deviations of the achievement gap. That's about a fifth of the overall achievement gap. That's sort of seems independently associated with segregation. So I think that's of a magnitude that it's worth both understanding and figuring out what we can do to ameliorate it. So thanks.
And I have a couple of questions. Please, Sean, feel free to decide what to answer. So you make this important point that minority children are more likely to be exposed to schoolmates who are poor than white children, and this is a key dimension between the link, on the link between racial segregation and racial achievement gaps in education. So do you think that when you think about mechanisms, should we be thinking more about economic background rather than racial segregation per se as behind the inequality we see? And similarly, would you think that economists tend to overemphasize measures of segregations like residential segregations? And lastly, we didn't see that slide that Derek had that encouraged economists to refocus attention on thinking about the provision and financing of schooling rather than concentrating on program evaluations. What are your thoughts on this?
So let me answer the first one. So does this mean we shouldn't worry about racial segregation per se, and does it mean we really shouldn't even think about race per se and should just focus on economic conditions? I don't think it says that. First, that racial differences in socioeconomic, even all the models that we have show that when there's no segregation and no racial disparity in socioeconomic conditions, which aren't conditions that are common in the U.S. but do exist in places, that there are still sizable racial achievement gaps on the order of about 1 grade level or so. That says that there's something else related to race, whether it's discrimination or other things, that leads to unequal opportunities. So I think, even if we could sort of undo all of the socioeconomic stuff, it suggests maybe there's still race per se has power to create unequal opportunity in America, and so we should think about it for that round. But the other reason is that think of, we don't the reason we have differences in the socioeconomic conditions of black and white students is because we have enormously high levels of racial residential segregation and a high correlation between race and economic background. And so you can't really imagine a way to undo the economic disparity without undoing the racial segregation. 2/3 of all racial segregation in the US among schools is because of segregation between school districts. So even if you got every school district to somehow rearrange their kids within their district so that they all went to equal poverty schools, 2/3 of the segregation would remain. So it's not like we can undo this without thinking about the large patterns of racial residential segregation and economic residential segregation. So I don't think we can. None of this says you shouldn't worry about race and you shouldn't worry about racial segregation. I think you have to worry about those things as part of the way that you might try to undo these. The economic conditions might be the more proximal mechanism, but they are caused by a larger structure of racial and racialized segregation and economic inequality.
Is Erica Wilson, who is an associate professor of law at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill.
All right. Good afternoon. Thank you for staying with us today. I'll try and not bore you. I'm not an economist or an empiricist, so I'll come at this more from a normative angle and also from a legal perspective. So the subjects of my remarks today are what I call the new school segregation, which chronicles a rise in the proliferation of school districts, mainly through municipal secessions from larger territorial-based school districts, such as county-based school districts. So I want to start off by emphasizing, let me see if I can get this right, the importance of school district boundary lines. In general, I'll say boundary lines, whether we're talking about school district boundary lines or municipal boundary lines, play a critical role in our society, right? Boundary lines, when we think about authority to political officials to do things like tax, spend, and regulate the land between the boundary lines. They also structured the social interactions of the people who live between the boundary lines, right? You can think about different municipalities having socially distinct sort of reputations. So an example, I'm here from Chapel Hill, North Carolina, right? Neighboring municipalities include Durham, North Carolina, or Raleigh, North Carolina, all very different, distinct municipalities. Particularly when it comes to schools, I will say, these boundary lines have very important implications in terms of just municipal structuring, but with respect to school districts, they are critically important. So this map here shows all of the school districts in the country. The little blue lines reflect the ways in which the school districts are divided. And so there are something in excess of 11,000, 12,000 school districts in the country. As a matter of law, for school districts, these school district boundary lines have very important legal implications. So individual districts have the legal authority to do things, for the most part, to do things like raise and spend money for the benefit of only the students who attend school within that particular district, to do things like assign students to schools only within that school district, and to do things like make education-related policy decisions for students that reside only within that district. So as a matter of law, a Supreme Court case called Milliken versus Bradley, in particular, strengthening the legal autonomy of school districts, particularly when it comes to things like school assignment desegregation plans. So the legal import of school district boundary lines is very important, is the point that I want to make here. When states have what I call high levels of school district fragmentation, which Kendra Bischoff started to talk about towards the end of her presentation, we tend to see, and school district fragmentation I'll define as a high number of small districts within a metropolitan area. And so if you look at the map here, you can see varying levels of school district fragmentation, right? Does this thing have a laser? Okay, here we go. So you can see varying levels of school district fragmentation across the country. Again, remembering that fragmentation refers to a number of districts within a number of small districts within a metropolitan area. So I want to point out in particular, if we look at a region like the Northeast, for example, right? The Northeast has high levels of school district fragmentation. And so that has important implications because data shows that in the Northeast, for example, school district fragmentation is so high or so severe that 86.2% that students have an 86.2% chance of attending different school districts who live in the same metropolitan area. So student A and student B who live in the same metropolitan area have an 86.2% chance of attending school in entirely different school districts. Similarly, since we're in the Midwest, I wanted to highlight that as well. The Midwest also has relatively high levels of school district fragmentation. In the Midwest, that number is something around 74.4% chance of students who live in a metropolitan area to randomly selected students attending two different school districts. And so why does it matter? Because in areas where there are high levels of school district fragmentation, to the extent that the basic level of organization used to organize a school district is a municipality rather than a larger territorial base like a county, you're more likely to have higher levels of racial and economic segregation. We just heard from Sean that 2/3 of segregation occurs between school districts, not within school districts. So there are very high levels of racial and economic segregation between school districts. And this has important legal implications, which I'll talk about in a moment. And so contrast that with where I'm coming from, the South, right? The South has much lower levels of school district fragmentation. For the most part, school districts tend to be organized around county boundary lines rather than municipal boundary lines in the South. And so an interesting point that I always like to point out when I discuss this is that one of the reasons that the South has less school district fragmentation is actually as a result of de jure or state-mandated segregation. So in the days where there was state-mandated or de jure segregation, it was actually more efficient and cheaper to actually run dual systems of education at the county rather than municipal level, if you think about it, right? If schools in the South had organized around the municipal level, then they would have to create two dual systems for each municipality versus creating two dual systems for each county school system. So ironically, that system of de jure schools eventually helped the South to become one of the most racially integrated regions in the country in terms of schools. And that is, for the most part, because when federal courts entered school desegregation orders, schools in the South had a larger territorial base over which to do school assignment. They could assign students who live in different municipalities, for example, to the same school, whereas the same it's not true in the Northeast and Midwest, right? You have smaller districts, and again, for reasons I'll talk about in a moment, as a matter of law, there's less ability to fashion school assignment plans that cross school district boundary lines. So the underlying point that I'm making here with this discussion of school district boundary lines and the differences in fragmentation is that Both the demographics and underlying resources available to a school district is largely a function of the way in which the boundary lines are drawn, right? If the boundary lines are drawn such that they track the municipal area, then the resources of the school district are likely to track the resources of the municipality. In contrast, if they are drawn such that they track the county boundary lines, they're more likely to track the resources of the county. And to the extent that counties have more municipalities, are diverser and more diverse in terms of race and socioeconomic status, counties, school districts that track county district lines or boundary lines are more likely to have a diverse population, and in some instances have a more diverse tax base from which to draw. So what this results in is basically a geography of opportunity being created such that living on one side of a school district boundary line, particularly in areas where there are high levels of school district fragmentation, can make a great difference in terms of the quality of education that's available to a student, right? If you're living on one side of a municipal boundary line, you could get a great quality education, have access to lots of resources, and the converse is true. If you live on the other side, you will have the opposite. So again, I like to use where I'm coming from as an example. Anyone here can Google the difference between Chapel Hill, Carrboro Public Schools, and Durham Public Schools, and if you read the great reviews, greatschools.com reviews, or even look at test scores, achievement gaps, there will be significant gaps between those two districts. And so in many ways, I like to say that school district boundary lines can play an exclusionary role, particularly when you have high levels of school district fragmentation, to the extent that these boundary lines end up stratifying educational opportunities such that students are limited in the resources that they are exposed to based on their zip code. So because of the negative consequences of school district fragmentation, we would hope that there would be less fragmentation and not more, but that is not what's happening, particularly in the South. So in the South, there is a phenomenon, well, I will say all over the country, I shouldn't limit it to the South, there is a phenomenon going on through which municipalities are seceding from county-based school districts. And so the general definition of a school district secession that I will use here is the process by which a municipality or unincorporated territory detaches itself from one established school district and forms its own independent and autonomous school district. And so in the brief time that I have here today, I'm going to talk about three important things related to school district secessions and how they are contributing to and exacerbating racial and economic inequality in public schools. First, I'll briefly describe the mechanics of a school district secession, situating them within the historical efforts, particularly in the South, to evade federal court school desegregation orders. Second, I'll discuss the legal landscape for secessions, in particular highlighting the various incoherencies in the legal landscapes for secession, which allows secessions to be more prevalent in some areas and less prevalent in others. And lastly, I'll conclude by offering some thoughts that we might want to take into account as a matter of public policy and as a matter of law in terms of thinking about how we can ameliorate the negative effects of school district secessions. And so just to think about, to give us some context here for where school district secessions are happening, right? So I got this data, again, I'm not an empiricist, from EdBuild, who's done a really great report, empirical report, tracking this issue of school district secessions. And so this is their chart, not mine. So since 2000, we can see, oops, how do I go back? Since 2000, we see that there have been 71 attempted secessions, 47 of which have been successful, 9 defeated. 6, rather than being defeated, have gone inactive, and 9 ongoing secession attempts. And so they're color-coded so that we can see the successful secession attempts are in purple, the defeated in blue, inactive in gray, ongoing in this reddish orangish color. And so if you look at the geography of where the secessions are happening, again, there are some happening in California, some in Utah, some in the upper northeast quadrant. But a particular interest in my research is this area here in the southern region where we see a proliferation of secessions. And so in a moment, I'll get into why the South in particular, we may be seeing a proliferation of secessions there. And so it's important to really think about why would a municipality want to secede from a county-based school district. I just talked about earlier some of the advantages of having a larger territorial-based district from which to draw, particularly as it relates to racial and socioeconomic integration of schools. And so one of the reasons often given for wanting to secede or to essentially decentralize the provision of public education is what I call a staunch adherence or preference for local control or localism. And so localism is loosely defined in the state and local government law literature as an ideological preference for decentralized, independent, and autonomous local government structures. It's a theory of governance that advocates that we should empower politically areas that are the local areas, with local areas being defined for the most part the lowest as the lowest level of local government, or the municipality in this case. And so those who adhere to localism being an effective way of governance make three suggestions for why localism is a good thing. The first is efficiency, right? Tracking the work of Charles Thibault, Vote with Your Feet. They suggest that having localism or many small levels of local government, or in this case school districts, will give citizens a diverse array of areas from which they can choose, engendering competition between areas. If you think about it, competition here between neighboring school districts, which will ultimately result in citizens sorting themselves in the best school districts the districts that best meet their particular needs, and districts sort of organizing in ways to attract the best citizens, meaning those who will amply contribute to the school or tax base. So that's the first, at least theoretical reason people give for supporting this concept of localism. The second is one having to do with enhanced community, such that the argument goes by allowing like-minded individuals to locate in a particular locality. It increases the chance that there will be more cohesion within the community, right? I again use Durham and Chapel Hill, where I'm from. If you are a sort of leftist, vegetarian, vegan, you might choose to locate yourself in Chapel Hill or Scarborough instead of Raleigh. And so sort of this social distinctiveness that I talked about earlier, that boundary lines give, this justification for localism supports this by saying that there's an enhanced sense of community when like-minded individuals can locate in a particular place between boundary lines. And so the last justification is increased citizen participation by allowing for smaller sized local governments, in this case school districts. It gives people more of an opportunity to have their participation count, right, to have their voices heard. And so again, some iteration of these three rationales for local control or localism have been used very prominently by proponents of school district secession. So I pulled a few examples for you all. So with respect to the efficiency rationale, one mayor of a municipality in the South that just successfully seceded from a county-based school district said the following, that he was in favor of secession because it would enable his municipality to build a best-in-class school system which exceeds the capabilities of the current county system which we are exiting. It will enable us to better compete for residents who will add to our tax base. So there you see the efficiency rationale being promoted for why secession is a good thing. That same mayor also said it'll give local residents a greater say over education, right? Education decisions, how their tax dollars are spent, somewhat tracking the increased citizen participation rationale. And then with respect to the community rationale, a different mayor in another southern city that seceded a few years ago said, each community within our county has different needs. and our city might be different than the city next door. I just think issues will be handled more effectively by a local school board that's more accountable to the people in the municipality. So we see the reasons being given for secession, again, are very much related to this theory of localism, that greater local control as measured by decentralizing authority down to the lowest level of local government. In this case, the municipality will generate efficiency, enhanced community and greater citizen participation. And so the reason I give you that backdrop, right, is because this secession effort is not new or novel, particularly in the South. So the South actually has a long and sordid history of using municipal secessions as a way to try and avoid school desegregation. In the aftermath of Brown versus Education, in fact, a number of predominantly white municipalities in county-based school districts attempted to secede in order to form their own independent school districts in order to avoid being lumped into the federal court school desegregation orders. And so key cases here include Lee versus Macon out of Alabama, U.S. Versus Halifax County out of North Carolina. And so interestingly, the same justifications that I just gave you that the modern day mayors are using for why they want to secede are the exact same justifications that were given and during that time period post-Brown by the attempted seceding municipalities in Lee versus Macon, U.S. versus Halifax County. They cited race-neutral reasons, much like the reasons given for the modern-day secessions attempts to secede. And so luckily the Supreme Court rejected those reasons and instead said that the secessions were unconstitutional where a county-based system was under a federal desegregation order. And the effect of the secession would be to impede school desegregation. So I think I saw 5 minutes left, which was much faster than I thought, so I will hurry up and go through. So the legal landscape for the secession is such that states actually set the tone or determine the rules for secession. And so there are 30 states have laws on the books governing school district secessions, and so 21 of those states require a voter referendum, meaning that voters in the municipality attempting to secede have to approve the secession. 21 states require approval by some sort of independent state agencies, and 3 states require constitutional amendment. And so 20 states actually have no laws governing school district secessions. And so some of the incoherencies in the legal landscape I wanted to point out are that there is this, as I talked about earlier, this staunch normative commitment to localism or local control, which is actually contrary to the state and government law, which says that school district boundary lines are creatures of the state and they should be able to be manipulated at will, but the staunch commitment to localism or local control cuts against that. So one of the reasons I said earlier I would explain why the South has had so many attempted secession is the decline of active school desegregation orders, right? So one way to stop a secession is to make an argument under the Supreme Court's precedent in Wright that the secession would impede the ability of the county-based district to desegregate. Well, as schools in the South have been released from school desegregation orders, that's no longer an impediment, and so they're able to secede. Importantly, very few states, I think it's 3 or 4, require a study of the racial or economic implications of a secession before allowing it. So there's, in most states, there's no requirement that some sort of impact study be done to measure the racial and/or economic implications of a secession. And lastly, there are myopic voter referenda requirements. Instead of requiring a majority vote from the entire county, the only group of people permitted to vote are the voters in the seceding locality. And so what are the impacts of these secession? It increases racial and economic segregation between school districts, increases funding and resource disparities between school districts, and it creates inefficiencies in the provision of public education. So I want to show you one example from a place in Alabama called Jefferson County, which is under an active federal court school desegregation order, by the way. Since 2000, they've had about 5 secessions, and you can see the demographic demographics in Jefferson County have changed from 2000 to 2015. During this time period that they've had 5 secession, the school system went from 75.64% white to now being down to 43.43% white. The numbers of African American and Hispanic or Latinx students have increased as white students essentially have withdrawn from the school system through these secessions. So an even closer example, so the most recent school system in Jefferson County to be granted the ability to secede is a place called Gardendale. And so I just pulled the demographics of Gardendale school-age children for you. And so you can see that in Jefferson County, it's 45% Black, 46% white, but in Gardendale it's 88% white and 8% Black. So if you imagine the school district boundary lines being drawn just around Gardendale, them leaving Jefferson County, you can imagine what the racial implications will be. Again, piggybacking on Sean's work, we can see that the socioeconomically disadvantaged, as measured by the percentage of students who qualify for free or reduced lunch, in the county schools is 57%. In the Gardendale district, it will only be 4.8%. So Gardendale is actually representative of many of the localities within Jefferson County that have seceded. These localities have seceded and become wealthier and whiter school districts, therefore decreasing the exposure of white students to poor students and vice versa, increasing the exposure of students of color to poor students. And so quickly I'll end possible solutions here. And so some things that I suggest are that state legislatures in particular adopt more robust rules governing school district secessions, including requiring racial and socioeconomic impact studies before allowing secessions, changing the voter referenda law so that parties in both places have to vote before a secession can go forward. And importantly, encouraging and incentivizing interdistrict collaboration such that there are more voluntary interdistrict school assignment plan, things of that nature. And lastly, possible solutions from the courts. Here I suggest, and I didn't have time to get into it, I'm happy to talk about it in the question and answer session. The one federal district court case that's addressed this issue, actually involving Gardendale, actually found that even though the folks in Gardendale cited non-race neutral reasons for seceding, that there were actually racially discriminatory reasons for wanting to secede, that it still didn't meet the standard and right, and that they were allowed to secede. I suggest here that courts adopt a more rigorous burden shifting framework for evaluating the impact of a secession when a school system is still under a federal desegregation order, such that there's maybe a presumption against secession that the seceding municipality has to rebut. And so lastly, I suggest a more rigorous monitoring of boundary changes for districts subject to an ongoing desegregation order. One thing, again, I didn't have time to get into, but in addition to secessions impacting sort of the racial and social economic composition of many places that are under federal court desegregation orders, similar boundary changes like annexations, for example, have also had deleterious effects but haven't been monitored closely by a federal court. So that's all. Thank you.
Very briefly, let me use these questions to open to a broader discussion. I was curious about the impact of school district secessions on educational achievement. So what happened to children in these newly created districts vis-a-vis how they were doing before secessions, and what happens on the other hand to children that are left behind?
So it's a good question. I think, again, Sean's research here is really key in showing that exposure to when there are greater numbers of poor students in a district, the achievement gaps widen. And so that's what, at least looking at Jefferson County, the data I've shown, that is what it has shown, that in the individual municipal districts, the achievement is higher and the county-based district achievement is lower, and there are greater gaps between the two districts, as the county-based district contains a majority of poor children, whereas the individual municipal districts contain a majority of affluent children. And so the last thing I'll say about that, and I think this is an important normative point, is that we talk a lot about the effects of segregation on poor and minority children, and not enough about the effects of segregation on affluent and white children, because just as poor and minority children are harmed by segregation, so are affluent and white children not being exposed to other students who are not like them, believing that there's a natural order of things which suggests that they are entitled to resources that others are not, and the allowing of the walling off of resources has a detrimental effect on all of us, and that in general, when we think about secessions or much of what we talked about here today in terms of racial inequality and segregation in schools, we need to have a more normative discussion about the detrimental impacts of that on white students and how it matriculates out into the world that we live in today.
Can we do anything to weaken the incentives to secede on the part of school districts?
Yes, so this is a political question. So as I said earlier, state legislatures have plenary authority to set the rules for secession. So an example is in Louisiana, an unincorporated territory tried to secede from the East Baton Rouge Parish School District. And so the state of Louisiana, after a series of secessions from that decision, that district actually made the rules harder to secede, going as far as to require a constitutional amendment. So it requires the political will to strengthen the rules for secession at the state legislature level, doing things like requiring a constitutional amendment before allowing secession.
Thank you so much. And any questions? I think there's a question.
Just one question for Sean. Is there, what kind of data is out there in terms of understanding allocation of resources across schools within the same district? So, I mean, I think you ended up with, kind of, in the end, it's basically how poor the school is that kind of matters. How much, systematic data source do we have? Even cross-section, kind of even better historically to understand? Because, I mean, there are strong political forces that would suggest that, kind of future parents also have more voices, that they may matter more to, to the city because they will be more relevant in electoral process. So how much do we know? So I know we kind of know things about teachers' experience, but beyond that, kind of things like, number of counselors, we certainly would want to see, kind of not, if anything, we want to see more resources being allocated within the school districts to the poorer schools. How much do we know? And how much is out there? And is there something, if it doesn't exist, that we could start thinking about collecting more systematically?
We don't know a lot. We know a lot about resources between school districts. So for 20 years, the National Center for Education Statistics has published data on the revenues from different sources and the expenditures in different categories at the school district level for every district in the U.S. So we have a long series of school finance data at the district level. Within district, the sort of allocation of resources among schools is data that some states have, like Texas has pretty good data on the resources, funding resources in particular at different schools, but most states don't have it in any form that's available. The Civil Rights Data Collection, the Office of Civil Rights in the Department of Education, one of the things OCR does is they, since the late 60s, since the legislation that authorized OCR, they've collected data called the CRDC, the Civil Rights Data Collection, where they've collected data originally on a sample of school districts and now on every school district in the country. And under the Obama administrations, the CRDC started to include school-level data in the CRDC, and they collected school-level finance and resource data in the most recent round of the CRDC. Those data, and they did some pilot versions of it earlier. The most recent round isn't out yet, and it's probably kind of noisy, but it's probably the best source we have sort of at scale for looking at allocation of revenues and expenditures among schools. There are some states where I think you could probably get good data if you went to the State Department of Ed agency and got it. But the real bottom line answer is we have not done a great job of systematizing the collection of kind of allocation of resources among schools within a district. and so we don't know a whole lot about the political forces that drive that, the bureaucratic forces that drive it, and what the outcomes or the effects of those kinds of allocation decisions are.
So I'm not an economist or an academic, so if this question is dumb, just tell me there are no dumb questions. You know, through both panels, I've been thinking a lot about framing and how much the way that a lot of these discussions are framed, whether that, how much that affects the solution sets. And a lot of the framing, to me, seems like it's based around social costs, you know, in terms of crime rates or gentrification or taxes or social welfare, instead of talking about framing it around economic investment, like opportunity costs or ROI. And I'm wondering, you know, does that feed into any of this discussion, in your opinion, around solutions?
Well, I'll answer, at least from the school district succession perspective. I think one of the things I didn't get a chance to talk about, it does create stark regional disparities between school districts in terms of quality of education, which can in turn create stark regional disparities in terms of a prepared workforce. And so some framing around these kinds of educational regional disparities is being done by some folks in terms of talking about the actual cost of having different qualities of education in a metropolitan region in terms of what that does to the workforce.
I would say in terms of framing, one of the points of my book is to try to get people to think about optimal policy rather than optimal political feasible policy. And I think you can make a strong case that optimal education policy would not have school districts as we know them now. You wouldn't grant local monopolies on the provision of publicly funded education. And it might very well be that the role of government would be to provide funding and then also to authorize, monitor, reward, incentivize contractors, whether they were schools operated by public employees, schools operated by charter organizations, school operated by nonprofits. The goal would be to run the right procurement system to make sure that you were only giving money to authorized providers that had a strong track record or a reason to believe that they were going to be strong performers, and that you were removing the eligibility to receive public funds from people who weren't performing, and that you were always doing this within, that you were making these judgments in a competitive way within different types of communities, so that schools that serve disadvantaged communities, their performance would be judged relative to other schools that serve the same type of children, so that we would get away from the system that we have now in public bureaucracies, where you define some notion of proficient or meet standards or whatever, and then everybody can be excellent and everybody is.
Real quick, I guess the reason I'm getting at that is we're driving a lot of things from like a moral imperative, and I do wonder, can we ever get out of this same box and we don't start pushing it toward a for-profit driven measurement system?
I'm sorry, can I suggest that we continue over a very short break, given the time. Thank you so much, and thank you for the Minneapolis Fed for generously hosting us. Thank you.
Short break.
panelist is Marcus Casey, Assistant Professor of Economics at the University of Illinois at Chicago.
Thank you. Okay, so I know it's late, so I decided to cut a lot of the tables out so I won't overwhelm you with too many numbers. I'm just going to give you a flavor of this research that I've been conducting with various sets of co-authors. This is actually the beginnings of some new work based on some existing work that initially came out of my dissertation. So, and the name of my talk is Heterogeneity in Racial and Ethnic Price Differentials, Evidence from Chicago. Okay, so how do we get this going? So we hit which button? The green button. No, not that, the big green button. Okay, so I'm going to start with a basic fact that all of us kind of know. We've actually discussed it quite a bit, that there's been, you know, substantial decline in kind of overt centralized discrimination, though I'm not sure Richard might argue with me a little bit. But despite this decline in these sorts of laws or this overt centralized discrimination, as described in various papers, such as a famous paper by Cutler, Glazer, and Vigdor, there's still a lot of evidence of persistent discriminatory behavior against racial minorities in the housing market. And so prime example of this is much of the audit literature. So examples, you know, historically are papers by Yinger. There's some that I don't cite up here by Steve Ross, and more recently by these email correspondence studies by Hansen and Hawley. The one thing that comes up over and over is that the discrimination is coming through in a different way. Very few people are showing up and being told, no, you can't rent here, or no, you can't buy here. But there's a lot of evidence that steering and other forms of exclusion are going on. And what we're interested in this paper, what I'm interested in, but also in earlier papers that are related to this research, is asking the question that, you know, if this discriminatory behavior is ongoing, how does it show up in transaction prices, right? We see these audit studies. These audit studies are kind of like experiments, right? But no transactions actually get consummated when you see these audit studies. And, you know, I'm an economist, and many of people in this room are, and we're interested in what actually happens in the market, okay? And to help us think about that, I kind of go back to thinking about the reasoning that comes directly from Gary Becker, thinking about discrimination as limiting the choices or the size of the choice set faced by minorities. And in those cases, we would expect that minorities would actually pay more for comparable housing. And of course, as you might imagine, I'm not the first person who actually thought of this, nor are my co-authors. There's actually a large literature that studied these racial price differentials, okay? But one of the problems with much of this literature, and what I'm going to try to convince you of, is that we have, while we don't have a perfect solution for this problem, i.e. we don't have a randomized control experiment that we can conduct where prices are actually, houses are actually bought, what we're going to argue is that essentially we're going to overcome the principal problem that many of the observed, the previous studies are confounded by unobserved housing and neighborhood quality that's correlated with prices. So a classic example of a paper would be this Kane and Quigley paper, which actually finds evidence in favor of racial price differentials, that blacks were paying more for comparable housing or housing in the same neighborhood, and they were assuming that it was roughly comparable relative to whites. And Yinger found some evidence of that as well. But the problem with a lot of this early research, though it was interesting, is that they had really small, limited samples. Okay, and so they were criticized on the basis of not having, you know, anywhere near enough power or variation in their data to actually say something profound. So later studies came along looking at kind of doing the same sorts of comparisons within neighborhood And they, in these papers, largely find statistically significant discounts for black buyers, right? So, and so the question was, well, maybe since the decline of kind of these centralized mechanisms for discriminating against blacks, that what's happening now is that whites are essentially sorting to neighborhoods and paying more within their neighborhoods for housing than blacks would to live in that neighborhood. Now, of course, the big problem there is that whites tend to have more wealth, more income, and so all of these estimates, even though there are comparisons within neighborhood, are potentially confounded by unobserved house characteristics. And so probably most related to our research is this paper by Myers in 2004, where she actually tries to control for these unobserved house characteristics by including a set of house fixed effects in the model. The problem is she had a relatively small sample, so none of her results, even though she finds evidence of black premia, actually quite large, 10%, none of those estimates are significant at any conventional level. And another paper by Island, Felton, Mayock, they actually use a large set of controls at the house level and block group fixed effects and they actually find some evidence of racial ethnic premium. But of course, as they note in their paper, that this estimate that they find, even though they find some small racial ethnic price premium, may be subject to bias because of unobservable house level characteristics. And so that's where we come in. And so in this original paper here, Pat Bayer, Fernando Ferreira, Rob McMillan, and I actually use transactions data from Chicago, LA, San Francisco, Baltimore, Washington, DC, and actually use a model that includes both house and neighborhood by time fixed effects to actually estimate a positive price premium of about roughly 2% for both blacks and Hispanics in all these cities. Okay, and I'm not going to hit you with every table from that paper, but basically what we find is that this thing is robust to almost every robustness check we can possibly throw at it that would be feasible. However, and as I'll note as a caveat to what I'm going to present to you today, which is related to this, is that we can't pin down a single source of discriminatory behavior. So what I'm going to argue before you get in your head that because I'm showing you price premia that I must be telling you that I'm finding discrimination, I'm not going to tell you that. I'm going to tell you that up front just to stave off people shutting off their ears, right? That's happened a few times because some people don't believe that this discrimination is possible. However, I'm going to show you that statistically this price premium shows up over and over, and it's robust to a large set of controls. And I'm going to argue that it's at least suggestive that there might be some consequences to discriminatory behavior in the housing market. Okay, so in today's talk, just to limit the amount of time I take up, I'm going to focus only on Chicago. And I'm going to talk about some baseline results, and then I'm going to look at some results based on differences in neighborhood type, right? And so the reason I'm focused on differences in neighborhood type is because over the period that I'm looking at, so basically 1997 to 2007, this was a time in which, as many people in this room know, this was a time in which credit was actually relatively loose. And so you had, was kind of nearly a perfect experiment for actually looking at sorting across the city. And as a consequence, we saw that the city was rapidly gentrifying in some areas, whereas at the same time, because of this gentrification and because of other problems that I won't talk about here, but I can list them, such as crime and other changes in the South Side and West Side, you saw at the same time a resorting of the population, many black and Hispanics, for example, into the suburbs at the same time, while many of the inner city areas were gentrifying. And so, as a consequence, there's a possibility that some of these neighborhoods were changing differentially over the time, and we wonder if those neighborhoods might exhibit different premia relative to other neighborhoods, and whether that might be informative about what the source of these premia might be. Okay? All right, so what do we find? as I already told you, we find evidence of this positive Black Hispanic price premium across all neighborhood types, right? However, I'm going to show you some heterogeneity in the magnitude of the estimates, okay? So neighborhoods trending black or becoming blacker, such as neighborhoods in the inner ring suburbs and other parts of the periphery of the city, are going to tend to exhibit lower Black Hispanic price premium relative to other neighborhoods, okay? However, I don't find any large differences in the estimated Black Hispanic price premium for neighborhoods trending white or those trending Hispanic, which was a little surprising, because you would have thought that would line up more so with the Black premium. Okay, so let me give you a quick overview of the data I use in this study. Basically, I combine, and some of the people in this room probably have done similar exercises. We basically match all the housing transactions data in the metropolitan area between 1997 and 2008 with demographics from the Home Mortgage Disclosure Act data, HMDA data, where we can get demographics such as race and ethnicity, reported income. Okay, and the nice thing about the DataQuick data is that not only do we have all this information such as transaction price, date of sale, loan amount, lender name, and house location, we also get this thing that allows us to implement a house fixed effects strategy. A unique idea a unique identification identifier for each house in the data that allows us to essentially follow it over time. And as I said before, using information in the DataQuick data and information in the HMDA data, such as transaction date, lender, census tract, and lender name, we're able to kind of match many of these housing transactions on the basis of these 4 keys. If you want to look at a good description and a good rigorous analysis of the match, look at the appendix of this paper, Bayer et al. 2017. It just recently was accepted into the Journal of Urban Economics, and I actually go through in that paper and show quite a bit how this match is actually quite representative of overall transactions in the area, as well as it's pretty robust to different cuts of the data, so such as removal of subprime and things of that nature. Okay, and so just to give you a taste of the data, is there a mouse up here? Is there a mouse up here? Does the mouse work up here?
Just a clicker for advancing, not a mouse.
No, yeah, okay. Yeah, so how can I control if I wanted to control the buttons? I have buttons in my, oh, so you can click on that for me? Can you hit return for me then? Thank you. Oh, that's new. Can you move it back then? Can you go back to the data slide? Data slide. Keep going backwards. Yeah, there we go. Can you click on the table here? Just to give you a flavor of what the data look like, these data look like in the time period that I observed, I focus only on repeat sales transactions, so I have roughly 382,000 repeat sales transactions over the period. There was over 1 million overall transactions, but since I'm focused on using the house fixed effects strategy, these stats are only for the repeat sales. And among the houses that sold repeatedly, the mean transaction price is roughly $220,000. Mean reported buyer income is around $86,000, whereas the median was $67,000. So there's some skewness in that distribution. 75% of the buyers over this time period were white, so overrepresented in the housing market, whereas blacks and Hispanics are roughly underrepresented. And then I have another category here that's very hard to kind of distinguish because it includes not only East Asians, South Asians, but it includes a lot of other types of people. And this is kind of another category, and they represented about 8% of the buyers in that. And as you can see here, most of the houses were sold twice over the period. that show up in the repeat sales data. Roughly 20% were sold 3 times, and less than 5% were sold 4 or more times, which is good because we don't want any flippers in the data set. Okay, can you hit the return button, please? Thank you. Okay, so what am I going to do here? Well, I'm going to estimate essentially a repeat sales model for houses in which I include a vector of indicators for buyer race, ethnicity at time t. I have some buyer-specific characteristics at time t. But the key thing here is that I include a house fixed effect and a neighborhood by time fixed effect. Okay? And so what that's going to allow me to do is essentially identify the premia for changing race within the same house relative to neighborhood-specific trends in prices. Okay? And so essentially the way you can think about it, a lay way to think about it is that we're going to identify the premium relative, see if blacks and Hispanics are paying systematically higher prices within neighborhood relative to what we would predict if we just use neighborhood trends. Okay? And so basically, on top of that specification, I'll include a set of lender fixed effects as well to control for potential sorting across lenders, such as subprime lenders and so on and so forth. In the main paper, there's also estimates that we put in there that actually include no subprime loans. And so let's talk a little bit about the identification of the premium here, right? So like I said before, we're changing race within the same house over successive transactions, right? And so the way we're interpreting this is that the coefficients of interest measure differences in within-house appreciation for transactions where race changes averaged over comparable houses. Okay? That's a big difference relative to the rest of the literature, because the only other paper in the literature to this point that's been able to include the house fixed effect, it was the Myers paper, but she couldn't control for neighborhood by time potential confounders like we can. Now, of course, there might be some potential problems. I know the economists in the room are probably the wheels are turning in their head right now. What if buyers are systematically buying houses that had different amounts of renovation or maintenance? And what I'm going to tell you is that there's not much I can do about that other than use the flag that was in the DataQuick data and exclude those houses from the analysis. Now, our estimates don't change very much. But I'll give you another argument why I wouldn't worry about that too much. If you thought that because whites tend to have more income and wealth, they tend to buy higher quality houses, that would tend to cause this gamma effect that I'm interested in estimating to be understated in that case. Because in this case, this would actually push up the prices that whites pay in the data. Okay, so let's look at some results. Can you hit the table? Okay, so these are our baseline estimates for Chicago. Okay, and as you see here, in this baseline specification, I include house fixed effects and track by time fixed effects, and then we estimate a rough premium for blacks of around 2.93% relative to whites. Whereas for Hispanics, just including house fixed effects and track by time fixed effects, we estimate a roughly 1.5% premium. Once we include some individual characteristics such as polynomials in income and some wealth controls, so that we can control better for buyers' potential differing financial position, we see that the size of that premium actually increases. So if you thought that this premium was being driven by differences in the wealth and income of blacks and whites, you would have thought that the coefficient would actually go down once we control for that. Actually, it goes up here. And then we actually throw in the lender fixed effects to, just in case we have differences in the lender type. So for example, if you thought that blacks and Hispanics were more likely to actually use subprime lenders over this period, which they were, if you thought that was going to be a big issue, then I'm cool. then we would have expected the premium to go down as well. In this case, it stays roughly robust. Okay, and so can you hit return for me? And so basically what we find is that blacks and Hispanics pay premiums relative to whites, conditional on this research design, and it's robust to inclusion of buyer financial position and lender fixed effects. And if you go and look at the actual paper version, we actually show these results are robust for all cities to the exclusion of all subprime loans, exclusion of all transactions occurring between 2004 through 2007, if you thought the housing boom over that time was actually driving up these premiums, and the exclusion of non-perfect matches. So in some cases, we don't have perfect matches. They're pretty good, but they're not perfect, and it's not that driving these results as well. Okay, so let's look at heterogeneity across the neighborhood. Initial conditions, can you hit return for me? And so in this case, we look at Chicago and compare, this is the overall estimate, and then we want to look at neighborhoods that are roughly integrated, so roughly a little bit over 0.5% white, and then heavily white neighborhoods. And as you can see here, the premium are robust for blacks across those different neighborhood initial conditions. So basically, this is 1990, so before the observation period. This is based on 1990 composition. Okay, so as not to put in some sort of endogeneity. And basically what we find here is that for blacks, the premium actually goes up when you go to a whiter neighborhood, if you start in a whiter neighborhood or a neighborhood that was whiter in 1990, whereas for Hispanics, it's actually lower. And so some reasons why that might occur. Can you hit return for me, please? So one reason why that might occur is that there's differential sorting for Hispanics across whiter and less white neighborhoods. So for example, one of my colleagues has done some work, Fernando Ferreira, showing that the Hispanics who tend to sort into white neighborhoods tend to be more likely to call themselves white, okay, or see themselves, tend to be more likely to be phenotypically white, and maybe they don't experience as much of a problem. But that's still a puzzle. That's pure speculation. And then finally, we're going to look at heterogeneity across transitional neighborhoods. So can you hit the table for me? Okay, and so in this case, I define transition as using the 1980 and 1990 censuses and look at the neighborhoods that are trending black over the time period. Okay, and as we can see here, in neighborhoods that are trending more black, the estimated black premium is actually much lower than the overall estimate, okay? And whereas the Hispanic estimate is not that much different. Whereas if you look at neighborhoods that are trending more Hispanic and trending more white, you actually see roughly similar to the overall estimates. And so one question that arises in my mind is that what's driving this? This is actually only marginally significant as well for the black estimate in neighborhoods trending more black. I mean, one possibility, so some people have taken this sort of evidence as evidence of discrimination, right? That blacks are having less of a hard time moving into to black neighborhoods relative to these other neighborhoods, and as a consequence, they pay lower premium. I'm not sure about that. Another reason that this could be is just looking at the neighborhood type. So in some of the other results, we look at non-Cook versus Cook County, and we find that in areas, most of these areas that are trending more heavily black tend to be suburban areas. And so there might be something different about those areas relative to areas in the city that are trending more Hispanic and more white, where most of the Hispanics are moving in. So that's actually something that I plan to investigate more. Can you hit return for me? So just to finish off, do I find discrimination? I'm going to say maybe not. Okay, and I have some additional reasons why. Okay, so we actually do a decomposition in the paper. It's hard to do it for one city, but we pull all 4 cities and do a decomposition of seller type using the repeat sales structure of the data. And what we actually find is that actually blacks and Hispanics pay higher premiums when buying from blacks and Hispanics. And that sort of goes against our notions of kind of classical seller animus or racial animus or real estate agent animus. However, that doesn't mean that they don't face discrimination. Okay, and so you could come up with some stories in which that blacks and Hispanics, by virtue of, face some sort of statistical discrimination, because many of the issues, so say for example, there's historical discrimination in the city, they may incorporate that and may be less likely to bargain hard for homes as their white counterparts. Another possibility is that they just might have less experience, and that might be a source of statistical discrimination in the market as well. But nevertheless, it's unclear, but I think, you know, ultimately it's not clear that this is pure racial animus, but something's going on, okay? However, regardless of what's driving these premia, the thing I want to focus on, and the thing that's actually been discussed around here today, is that these premia are, you can see it as sort of like a transaction tax. I got one more sentence. As a transactions tax. And so even if they're not purely from somebody saying, I don't want to sell to blacks, or I want to drive a harder bargain with blacks or Hispanics, if it acts as a transaction tax, it can actually have implications for actually tenure choice decisions, because they're paying higher prices for houses at the median housing price in our data. That's $5,000. That's not nothing, right? Could have effect on location choices, so which neighborhoods blacks and Hispanics move in relative to whites. And most importantly, as the discussion of, that's preceded my talk has spent a lot of time on, it might have implications for wealth accumulation. And so, like I said, it's what I want you to walk away from this talk thinking is that there is robust evidence that these price premiums exist. We need more work to figure out where exactly they're showing up and what the implications are. Thank you.
So now we have Bash Mazumder from the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago.
Okay. Yes, I'm very happy to be here. This paper I'm going to present is on the effects of the 1930s HOLC redlining maps. I'll talk about what the HOLC is shortly. And this is joint work with my colleagues Dan Aronson and Dan Hartley, also at the Chicago Fed. So I don't think I need to spend a lot of time on this, given the earlier talks today. There's a lot of new research, exciting research, some of which Larry Katz talked about, that place matters for all sorts of socioeconomic outcomes. Where you were born or where you live is consequential for schooling, for long-term intergenerational mobility, and even for your longevity. There's also a very large literature, as you're becoming aware of, on racial segregation. So the intersection of place and race matters quite a bit. And Richard's talk at lunch talked about a multitude of historical factors, government involved, that could have led to racial segregation and the importance of place. What I'm going to focus on today is just one piece of that. And many of the things Richard talked about are potentially linked to these maps. So to just take one example, where highways were built and how that might have caused segregation could have been influenced by existing segregation that may have been influenced by these maps. But there are many other examples. So our key question, or our big picture motivation behind why we're looking at the maps, is this idea that this idea of redlining, of not lending to entire neighborhoods based on demographic characteristics, potentially led to urban disinvestment, that cities where there were these neighborhoods where lending essentially dried up, property values declined, and essentially, you know, these are areas that then had the problems of concentrated poverty, et cetera, that we've been talking about. And also this idea that Richard mentioned at lunch, that if you look at the black-white wealth gap is quite enormous, that blacks have something in the order of 10 or 15% of the wealth level of whites. And there's this idea that given that the housing market is, your home is the primary source of wealth for most Americans, this long sustained increase in home prices in the post-World War II period, if blacks were shut out from the prime engine of wealth generation, that this could potentially be responsible. So there's a lot of debate among academics and the public about the role of redlining and the historical role of housing discrimination. But I would say that in the academic world, there's actually little systematic looking across lots of cities, looking very carefully at the data, and very little quantitative evidence of this. So there's a lot of anecdotal evidence. What we're hoping to do is to put some hard numbers and a good research design around this question. So basically what we're hoping to do is trace out the effect of these maps over a very long period of time out until the modern day period. So what we're going to find is basically that the maps led to increased racial segregation, reduced home ownership, lower home values, and reduced credit scores that show up in the modern day period. And the credit scores we're using mainly because we have highly precise geographic measures of that, and it captures overall financial well-being. I'll show you that the effects peak around 1970 to 1980 and then begin to wane. So for those of you who are sort of familiar with traditional segregation measures that have been mapped over time for racial segregation, a lot of the charts we've seen today are for income segregation, where the patterns have been this continual rise. For racial segregation, you see more of a hump-shaped pattern over the course of the century. And so, one key takeaway is that these boundaries that were drawn as a result of these maps 80 years ago are still reflected in measures of financial well-being today. One of the things, as we've worked on the paper and presented it more, is I think we've come to realize that maybe the most interesting finding is that these long-run effects are actually larger and more persistent in what I'll be describing to you as so-called yellow-lined areas rather than the red-lined areas, although we see effects in the red-lined areas as well. Okay, so what was the HOLC? Why did they draw the maps? So I'm going to take you back in time a little bit to give you some background on why this all happened. So essentially, after the Great Depression, we went through something similar to the financial crisis recently, where there were waves of foreclosures, banks closing, housing markets under a great deal of pressure. And the federal government essentially intervened and created a slew of federal agencies, including the FHA, which Richard mentioned at lunch. But a big part of it, even preceding the FHA, was the Federal Home Loan Bank Board in 1932, which set up the Federal Home Loan Bank System. And underneath that was a federal agency called the Homeowners Loan Corporation, or the HOLC. And the government intervened essentially because of this concern that they wanted to maintain the stability of housing markets in the long run. They had the HOLC essentially buy and refinance many mortgages that were distressed, that were likely to go into foreclosure, essentially cleaning up the equivalent of the modern, toxic assets on the balance sheet of banks that would have otherwise gone under. So now the federal government had become a major player in the housing industry. And as part of this, it essentially changed the nature of housing finance to what most of us recognize today. So prior to these interventions, most mortgages were generally of shorter duration. They had to be rolled over. You might have a 5-year loan which represented maybe half the value of the house, and you would either have to roll over that loan or pay a jumbo payment at the end. And through this intervention in housing markets, we essentially shifted more towards long-term mortgages that were fully amortized, so something more like the 30-year fixed-rate mortgages where the FHA now insures the loan so the banks can provide it. Okay, so most of what the HOLC was really about was about refinancing loans, and they played a major role in essentially by, I think, 1935, 1 in 5 mortgages had been refinanced by the HOLC. And their work was pretty much done, except one other thing. The FHLBB, as part of this idea of the federal government now having a major stake in the housing industry, wanted to make sure that going forward, there was the appraisal process and the lending process was using the most scientific techniques available. And at that time, essentially what that meant, and the prevailing school of wisdom on appraising properties, was that what you needed to do was think about the neighborhood the property was in, and a key factor was the demographic makeup of those neighborhoods. Essentially, the racial composition and the ethnic composition of the neighborhoods played a major factor. And I'll give you examples of that and show you some of the historical evidence. So in addition to creating this sort of scientific appraisal process, the HOLC was directed to make so-called residential security maps, and these are the maps I'll be talking about, for all the large cities, essentially any city over 40,000 in population at the time. And basically, the maps broke down the cities into neighborhoods, and each neighborhood received a grade of either A, B, C, or D. And these were color-coded, as I show in the bullet there, with green being the best, all the way down to D being what was called hazardous. And I think the key point I want to make, there's a continuing debate among historians and economic historians about the extent to which the maps were actually used and how they influenced lending decisions, et cetera, that we're not going to be able to resolve. But if you read our paper, I think we provide fairly compelling evidence that private sector lenders were aware of the maps, that enough of the maps were created. The private sector lenders played a role in overseeing the maps, and that it's pretty strong evidence that the maps influenced the FHA, and the FHA in turn made their own maps, which also had a color-coded system of 4 neighborhoods, green, blue, yellow, and red. Banks that were regulated under the FHLBB, when they had their balances, their balance sheets reviewed, had to provide a map of where they were lending, and their maps had to be color-coded the same way. So I think there's pretty convincing evidence that the maps were being used, and I think I maybe show some anecdotal evidence of this. So I probably had the idea of writing this paper about 10 years ago, and had an RA start to look into this, and we quickly realized this was a pretty monumental task to try to get the maps out of the National Archives, digitize them, et cetera. So I kind of gave up. And a couple of years ago, I had a summer intern, and I was looking for something for her to do. I went through my list of defunct projects and thought, you know, is there anything here I could resurrect? And she looked into it and some other RAs, and we realized that the University of Richmond Digital Scholarship Lab started digitizing these maps. And when we started the project, they had digitized about a dozen of these maps. So, I mean, a big shout out to them. This research would have been impossible. And over time, I kind of learned that there were a lot of important funders and academics behind the effort, so we really want to acknowledge them. So we got the geocoded maps, and essentially what I'm going to show you are the result of linking the maps to census data. And we're basically going to use census data from 1910 to 2010. The maps were drawn in the latter part of the 1930s, so you can think of 1910 to 1930 conservatively as pre-map. You can maybe think of 1940 as pre-map as well. And there we actually have the best data because we're actually looking at address level data. From 1950 to 1980, the best we can do, at least as of now, is tract level data. So we're going to have to kind of map that into the borders that we're going to look at, and I'll talk to you more about that. And then our next best data is in the modern period, 90 to 2010, where we have block level data. And I should say for 50 to 2010, we're going to be looking at aggregate data, not micro level data. So it's going to be essentially all 100, you can think of it as all 100% data. The 1910 to 1940 is 100% micro data, but we lose some observations in the geocoding and mistakes and transcription errors, et cetera. And then, as I mentioned, we're going to look at credit bureau data as well for the modern period. Okay, so this is an example of a geocoded map for San Francisco, just to give you an idea of what the size of these neighborhoods look like. What we're going to be focusing on, and I'm going to talk about more, is essentially we're going to be focusing on the borders between the red and the yellow areas, the yellow, the so-called CD borders or DC borders, as I probably refer to them in the slides, and the blue and the yellow borders between the C and the B. And these are the vast majority of the neighborhoods. At some point, we want to look at the A neighborhoods and also look at the unclassified neighborhoods. Many of these were non-residential or business districts. But that's what we're going to be focusing on. Accompanying all of the maps are area description files that give you an idea of why the grades were made the way they were. So this is an example of an area description file for Tacoma in Washington State. Just draw your attention to a few things. First off, at the bottom of these forms, they gave the security grade. This is a neighborhood that received a grade of D, or was redlined. There's actually a rich amount of information on quantitative variables related to the housing stock in the neighborhood. There's information on the age, state of repair, occupancy. There's survey data on home prices, all sorts of information that they took into account. So there's a lot of quantitative evidence. We're in the process of digitizing this. We won't have it for all neighborhoods, but we will have it for some subsample. So we're, at the moment, not really making use of that. But in addition to that, as I mentioned, a key component in classifying the grades was the demographic composition. So they looked at whether or not there were foreign-born families and where they were from, whether there was a Negro population, and they wrote, yes, there was a Negro population. What percent? 2%. So in this neighborhood, it was 2% African American. At the bottom, they show these clarifying remarks. And this is sort of a poster child for the importance of race as being pivotal in the grades. So they wrote, this might be classed as a low yellow area, if not for the presence of the number of Negroes and low-class foreign families who reside in the area. Okay, so we've gone through, we've run Logit models predicting grades based on all the data we have in the census and race. And race comes up as significant, but I don't think you really need to see the regression results to kind of know what was going on. So this is a bunch of additional evidence, very much in the spirit of what Richard said at lunch. You know, maybe if you look at a place like Berkeley, my grad school alma mater, you might think, oh, well, this is a more progressive place. You see something similar. The northeastern part of the area, north of the university, could be classed as high yellow, but for infiltration of Orientals and gradual infiltration of Negroes from south to north. So they were, again, clearly taking race into account. You know, this was happening all over the country. Race was clearly a pivotal factor. This is, you know, I pulled this slide together just yesterday to give you an idea of what Minneapolis looks like. If I did Google Maps correctly, we're somewhere over here. I put in a description for this redlined area north of us, Area 11. There weren't African Americans, as far as I could tell from the description files, many at least living in Minneapolis in these areas. They did write talking about ethnicity. So they mentioned the original population of French, Germans, and Irish are gradually being supplanted by Poles, Russians, Syrians, and Slavs, etc. So again, this idea of infiltration of lower class groups was key in their minds in grading these neighborhoods. Okay, so let me talk to you sort of quickly. There's a lot that we do that I'm not going to really be able to convey well in this short amount of time. But let me talk to you about how we're going to basically identify our effects. So we're going to focus on border comparisons. As I mentioned, we're going to look at red and yellow and blue borders. This is an example for New York City where we took all borders that I think were at least a quarter mile in length, where each side of the border was a different color. And then what we do is we create these boundary buffer zones around it. So we're going to look at 1/8 of a mile on either side of the border, and we're going to look at all households in these boundary zones, and we're going to trace this from 1910 to 2010. Okay, so that's going to basically be what you could think of as our treated group. And the reason that we focus on a border design is this idea that we hope, in principle, that among people living in such close proximity to each other that we've removed a lot of the confounding factors that might otherwise make it difficult to compare two neighborhoods. So along those borders, for example, transportation, a lot of amenities will be the same. However, we know that that's not perfect, and in some of our estimation, we found that there were pre-existing gaps even along these borders. So one of the things we wanted to do was try to create some type of counterfactual or control group, and we do that two different ways. One way is we draw a grid over each city. We find, we sort of essentially create borders based on this grid within the same graded areas and find streets of a similar length, take a buffer zone around them, and find those streets that have similar gaps before the maps were drawn in various characteristics like their share of African Americans, home values, home ownership rates, etc. We also use some actual HOLC defined boundaries that aren't stuff we created, but where the HOLC gave the same grade on both sides. And again, we use statistical techniques to weight up these control samples to look just like our treated samples. Okay, so let me show you some results. So this will be for what we're going to call segregation. Now I should caveat that essentially what we're looking at is the share African American on two sides of the border, which is not sort of what how segregation is labeled in most of the research. I would actually argue I think it's a very reasonable measure of segregation, and we're actually using individual address level data, and I think more measures of segregation are moving in that direction. So anyway, let me quickly move on. So this is the blue line, which is largely covered by this orange line, is our actual HOLC borders. And what I'm plotting here is the gap between the C and the B boundaries. So this is what you could think of as the yellow lined areas compared to the blue neighborhoods. And what you see is the gap in the share African American was pretty much zero along these boundaries. So this kind of fits our idea. For these boundaries, there was very little that was different, at least in terms of demographics. And it was not really trending very much. There's a slight uptick in African American share, but something in the order of less than a percentage point. Let me say, yeah. I'll get to sidelined and I got less than 5 minutes. Okay, this is what happens after the maps are drawn. Essentially, you see the gaps open up in these yellow-lined areas so that by 1970, there's over an 8 percentage point difference in the share of African Americans on the yellow versus the blue areas. In our counterfactual group, again, that are created to look, just like our treated group in the pre-period, we see some increase in the African American share, but starts to level off, and you see nowhere near the increase. After 1970, you see this gap begin to decline, but there's still a significant gap even today that's larger than the gap that existed before the maps were drawn. This is the pattern you see when you look along the red-lined areas, where we compare the red to the yellow along those boundaries. And here again, you see that there were pre-existing differences in racial composition, even just along these very tightly drawn borders, that was rising over time. So this is why it's important that we create this control group. And we basically see a similar general pattern of rising differences in African American share along the borders that we don't see in the control group. I'm going to just quickly run through some results for home ownership and house values. The top chart is for the red-lined areas. The bottom chart is for the along the yellow and blue boundaries. And you see the gaps in home ownership exist in both boundary sets, but are larger and more persistent along the CB boundaries. You see something similar for house values. Here our data is a little sparser because the census didn't collect this data in all years. And then finally, these are results from the credit bureau data that show that you see gaps in credit scores even in the 90s and 2000s along these same boundaries that were drawn 80 years ago. The bottom two panels are not just showing the credit scores, but the fraction that were subprime, so that you see along the actually treated boundaries gaps of something like 6 to 8 percentage points that don't exist along our counterfactual boundaries. Okay, I'm going to skip over this. This is some thoughts as to why we see bigger effects in the CB boundaries than the DC. This is just to show you that we see some heterogeneity in the effects across cities. And just to tie into this morning, Larry talked about this work on mobility that Raj Chetty and Nathan Hendren have done, where he talked about the quasi-experimental effects based on people who move. And what we do here is we plot our city effects on segregation against the upward mobility estimates from Chetty and Hendren, and you see this somewhat striking relationship that's statistically significant, which is basically showing in areas that along these borders that became more segregated are also the cities in which you see lower upward mobility. Minneapolis is here, relatively higher upward mobility, and not much of an effect of the boundaries. Okay, so finally, I'll maybe just leave these bullets up for you to read. I think maybe the two things I would say, oops, can I go back? Yeah, is one, that when we do some back of the envelope calculations across our various outcomes, we think the effects of the maps account for something in the order of 15% to a third of the differences in the overall neighborhoods we're looking at. And we were asked to think about what implications this might have for the Fed and for policy. And one thing I would say is it highlights the continued importance of a pretty vital part of the Federal Reserve, which is the community development function that does a host of activities that I think can really be justified as a counterweight or a remediation to this historical legacy. So I'll stop there.
Thank you. So now we have Samuel Mayers, who's law professor at the University of Minnesota.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Minnesota. This is the 9th District of the Federal Reserve. And for those of you who don't know, the 9th District covers Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana, western Wisconsin, and northern Michigan, some of the whitest parts of America. And so I'm happy we're finally talking about race. So I'm going to stay on time. And I'm going to just give you my summary first. So Minnesota is different. And so Erica's presentation talked about, well, school districts are petitioning themselves, fragmenting themselves. In Minnesota, you can go to any school that you want, in any district you want, and you can get a rebate for the cost of getting your kid to the boundary between the school district where you live and the school district where you send your kids. Doug Neal, made a comment saying that, well, we should get rid of all of this bureaucracy for schools. Minnesota's gotten rid of this bureaucracy at school. Minnesota is a great place to live. We have some of the best schools in the country. We have students scoring at the top of the SAT. We've got a disproportionate number of Rhodes Scholars graduating from places like Roseville High School, for those of you who are from Minnesota. I mean, really, really good schools. But there's some major disparities in Minnesota. And so one thing I'm going to make a claim is that there's some huge racial disparities in home ownership in Minnesota that are far greater than they are elsewhere in the country. But that in 1940, home ownership rates in Minnesota were higher than home ownership rates for African Americans elsewhere. So that's the first point I'd like to make. The second point I want to make is that there are some non-trivial aspects, influences of lending disparities. The third point I'd like to make is that the Minneapolis Federal Reserve can play a role in helping to reverse these long-standing patterns of racial inequality in home ownership and in lending by enforcing the law. We have a law called the Equal Credit Opportunity Act. Okay, so that's the kind of a summary of what I'd like to do. So let's first talk about home ownership patterns in Minnesota versus the United States. So yes, it's true that home ownership rates are, for whites, higher than for African Americans in the United States. Yes, it's true that white home ownership rates are higher than black home ownership rates in Minnesota. But when you look at the ratio of black to white home ownership in Minnesota versus the rest of the United States, the ratio was lower. The ratio was higher in Minnesota than the rest of the United States. And then as you move into the 1950s, 60s, 70s, the gap widens, meaning that home ownership disparities are actually bigger in Minnesota than they are elsewhere. Okay, so the question is, well, why is this the case? And so 20 years ago, Marion Orfield was a chair of a committee that included state and local officials, bank lenders. It was part of something called the Urban Coalition because people in this state were really concerned. Because it's a good state. These are good people, and they're really concerned about these racial disparities. And one of the things that came out of the analysis of a report called A Dream Deferred, which was part of a goal that people in this community had to increase the minority home ownership rights. One of the conclusions was a strange conclusion wherein the home ownership rights for my students, the home ownership rights for my 24 to 35-year-old white students was higher than the home ownership rights for African Americans of every age group. That's a problem. So how much of the home ownership right difference is due to income? The answer is, you have to live in this town. You have to go to a neighborhood 20 years ago called the Payne Fallon neighborhood, which is not too far from the old Ford plant, where the home ownership rights for whites with ninth grade education was higher than the home ownership for blacks who had college degrees. Okay, well, there's a problem here. If you believe that income explains the differences in home ownership, let's take a look at calculations from both the American Community Survey and from the 2010 census and census tract. So let's talk about poor whites. And let's talk about all white census tracts. You know, people keep talking about segregation as if the only segregation that exists is when people of color live in census tracts where there are people of color. Let me tell you, we have segregation, and segregation can be an all-white tract. And so let's look at all white poor tracts and calculate the home ownership rights for whites who live in poor white tracts. Of course, because it's a census tract, you have to be kind of careful about how you define it. So it's not 100% white. I tried 95% white. I didn't get enough, census tracts. So 90% white. Does that sound like it's very white? And then there's only one census tract in the whole state that is greater than 60% black. And so I would define a black census tract. Remember, this is Minnesota. This is not Chicago. I would define a black census tract as 50% or more black. Okay? And then we'll talk about a poor tract, a low-income tract, as 50% of the people having income under 50% of the median income. Okay? So, the home ownership rights for blacks and low-income black tracts is 18%. And the home ownership rights for whites and low-income white census tract is 33%. So whites are more than twice as likely, about twice as likely to own their homes than black. Poor whites living in all white census tracts have home ownership rates that are higher than poor blacks living in all black census tracts. Of course, there are different ways to calculate what the income in a census tract happens to be. You can base it on the income of people by their race, or you can base it, just take a low income tract, anything that has income that's less than 1/2 of the median income. And then 14% home ownership rate for blacks, and 33% home ownership rates for whites. Well, maybe that's not what you really want to do. Maybe what you want to do is calculate the home ownership rates. And by the way, this is not for the whole state of Minnesota, but for the 7-county area, sometimes called the Twin Cities. Let's calculate what the home ownership rate is for poor blacks. The answer is 10%. Poor blacks meaning incomes less than half of the median income. What's home ownership rate for poor whites? The answer is 53%. So here's the point. The point is poor whites are 5 times more likely to own their own homes than poor blacks. And we've run some regressions and we've tried to predict what are the probabilities of owning your own home within the census tract, controlling for a variety of census tract level variables. But I'm going to skip to a slightly different point, and that is lending. Because the vast majority of people who own their own homes purchase their homes through loans. And so we have something called the Home Mortgage Disclosure Act, and this is what Marcus has been using in his work. And first of all, the disparity in loan denial rates for home loan mortgages is larger in Minnesota than it is in the rest of the country, even though somebody at the Fed must have been doing something in 1990. Okay, so there was kind of a drop in the ratio of the denial rate for blacks to the denial rate for whites between 2010 and 2011. But since then, it's been going up, and the gap between the loan denial rates in Minnesota has been widening relative to the rest of the country. So, in the report that the Wilkins Center produced in 2015 called the Responsible Banking Report, which rated all of the 793 financial institutions in the metropolitan area, and using data from 2008 to 2013 with 1.18 million completed loan applications, of which there were 557 lenders that had at least 30 applications, so we threw out the ones that didn't have many applications. In that report, we gave grades based on CRA, based on the share of dollars that went to minority communities, based on the loan denial disparity, and based on something called discrimination. Turns out that 80% of all the home loans in the metropolitan area were accounted for by the 50 largest lenders, and 70% by the 20 largest lenders. For those of you who are familiar with this report, the purpose is that both the city of Minneapolis and now, I believe, St. Paul have responsible lending ordinances. The ordinances require that the potential lenders, banks that wish to do business with the state, with the city, print their checks, manage their portfolios, must be responsible. And so what this report does is it gives information to the elected officials about things like who happens to have a large share of their portfolios in minority loans, who happens to have ATM machines in minority communities, who happens to have big gaps in loan denial rates, and who has big gaps in the loan denial rates that are bigger than the gaps elsewhere in the metropolitan area. So let's look at the loan denial rates ranked from 0 to 100%. And so the dark color means that they're very high denial rates. The light colors, they're very low denial rates. And in this map for the 7-county metropolitan area, you see some strange relationships of really high minority loan denial rates in place out in the suburbs. And then little pockets of census tracts where there are high minority denial rates in the central city. And then this is the white loan denial rates. And throughout most of the metropolitan areas, whites have a pretty good chance of getting their loans approved. And then little pockets within the inner ring of the the inner ring suburbs and then the central city, whites have a very good chance of having their loans approved. Well, you can graph this. You can look at the distribution where the x-axis happens to be the rejection rate, the y-axis has to do with the share of all the lenders, and it turns out that there's pretty much a, like log normal distribution for white, rejection, and almost a uniform distribution, a kind of flat, distribution for minority rejection rates. And so this is for the Fed. I want the Fed to look at this graph and ask the question, if we are required to enforce the law and we have limited resources in order to begin to do audits, which of the different lenders I will look at? Do I want to look at these people up here? And the problem with these people out here, these people are stupid. These people are really small, inefficient firms. Or you want to look at these people down here, these people are the people doing a great job. Or do you want to look at something up here? Something that is wide differences where the ratio of loan denial rates for blacks for minorities to whites is 3-to-1 or 2-to-1 and so forth. I just want to suggest to the Minneapolis Federal Reserve that this information is helpful for you in trying to decide who you want to audit. But it's not good enough just to look at these disparities. You need to run some regressions in order to try to isolate what some of the possible explanations are for these wide racial distributions in loan denial rates. And one common explanation is bad credit. And of course, in the paper, we do use a proxy, for bad credit because the Home Mortgage Disclosure Act has a question in the form about why somebody got turned down. One of them is because of bad credit. You can use that as a first stage estimate. They got a proxy for bad credit. But wait until January 1st, 2018, because as of January 1st, 2018, you will have the credit score. You will have the other measures that are used in determining whether or not a person's loan is denied. And then GSE guidelines. Oh, we're not discriminating. We're just using desktop lending. And the desktop underwriting is, I've got to be able to sell this loan, and the underwriting guidelines have tied my hands behind my back. I'm required to turn you down. That's another possible explanation. And then you have the explanation of predatory lending. You have the explanation of adverse selection. But the explanation I'm going to test right now is discrimination. And so I understand that nobody in this room believes in discrimination. I understand that the kind of theory that discrimination can't exist in the long run in competitive markets. But just suppose that there is not conscious, explicit racist discrimination, because it's Minnesota. There are no racists in Minnesota, right? So instead, people thinking that they are doing the right thing, but it has a disparate impact. Guess what? That's illegal. Whether or not it does or does not smoke like, look like, taste like a Becker type of discrimination, it's still illegal. Okay, so I want to test that. And so controlling for loan amount, debt to income ratio, applicant gender, applicant income, predicted credit risk, characteristics of census tract, whether or not the percent black in the census tract, the poverty rate in the census tract, crime levels in the census tract, as well as loan type, whether or not this is a refinance, whether or not this is a home improvement loan, as well as year fiscal effects. And the conclusion is that there is a big unexplained gap, ranging between 65% to 71%. Now, this unexplained gap could be explained by, the quality of the driveway. So in my neighborhood, we are required to keep our driveways up. meaning that you have to pay $300, $400 every couple of years to do the blacktop on it. Moreover, in my neighborhood, there's a requirement that you have 2-car garage. No 1-car garage. Okay, fine. But guess what? There's only one black family in my neighborhood. And so what you need to be careful about when you talk about this unexplained gap is how much of it is something that is actually a part of the decision making and how much of it is something that can be interpreted as differential treatment of identically situated individuals. So my advice to the Minneapolis Fed is don't worry about the people at the University of Chicago who basically are saying that discrimination doesn't exist in the long run in competitive market. Don't worry about people who will say, oh no, we are so concerned about offending the major lenders like U.S. Bank, like Wells Fargo, like Twin Cities Federal. I mean, you know, U.S. Bank's name is on the stadium right there. We are so afraid of them because they're important to our business. My response is, U.S. Bank, if U.S. Bank is doing a good job, let's give them a gold star. If U.S. Bank is not doing a good job, let's call the president of the U.S. Bank into the room and let's have a conversation about how they can do a better job. Moreover, remember you saw some of the lenders doing a really good job, the ones that are off on that part of the distribution where not only is there no disparity in the loan rejection rate, but rather there's actually an appearance that minorities are doing better. Put them in your newsletter. Advertise it. And so my feeling is that we need to more vigorously enforce the existing law. Yes, understand that the Federal Reserve is one of 8 different agencies that regulates Equal Credit Opportunity Act. But that doesn't mean that you can't talk to the U.S. Department of Justice, which is the one to actually bring the suits, and to use some of your power of econometric analysis in order to provide information about who should be audited. And then finally, I think that we can talk about positive things in our community, like Stair Step Foundation, like the Thor construction. When you highlight good things that people in our communities are doing, what that does is that it reverses the perception about pathology. It changes the view that everything's bad. Because guess what? Things are really good in this state. Although the gaps are large, part of the reason why we have so many adverse gaps in Minnesota is not that people of color, not that African Americans are doing so poorly, but rather it's because whites are doing so well.
Okay, so our last panelist, Myron Orfield, the Law School of the University of Minnesota.
Thank you. Is this the...
Yeah, the green button.
The green button?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk today. I'm a law professor, not an economist, so I recognize I'm a little bit of a fish out of water. Sam was saying to me, what are you going to do when they start asking you hard questions? And I said, I'm going to keep it really simple. I want to talk, one of the things I think that's stimulating this initiative is the fact that we have such large racial disparities in the Twin Cities, among the largest in the country. And we didn't always have the largest racial disparities in the country. My background, before I was a law professor, I was a member of the legislature for 12 years and very interested in state and local government law. I worked in a big law firm. I also represented the NAACP for many years in Minneapolis. When I represented the NAACP in Minneapolis, we didn't have a single segregated school in the whole metropolitan area. In 1990, there wasn't one single segregated school. We'd go to national conventions and they'd say, this is not part of the United States, this is part of Sweden or Canada or something like that. We also had a fair housing program where we built, for 20 years, we built almost 70% of our subsidized federal housing in the whitest part of the suburbs. Richard was talking at lunch today about remedies, and he was saying, Romney had this idea of the open community program, but he got in trouble with the Nixon administration. They pushed him out. Well, Romney got one city to take him up on that. Minneapolis took George Romney up on the Open Communities program and tied all of its state and federal grants to the production of affordable housing in the suburbs. So for 20 years, Romney also doubled our HUD appropriation for 3 successive bienniums to do that, so that we could do that. He put some money on the table so that we could do that. So we did that for a long time. And one of the reasons we didn't have any segregated schools for so long was because we implemented George Romney's Open Communities program. We said if a community wanted roads, if it wanted sewers, if it wanted parks, it had to produce affordable housing. And our state housing agency made that housing available so that the community could do this. We had such a situation, we went from almost 100% of subsidized units in the poorest neighborhoods of the cities to 30% in the cities. And the cities were complaining about the small share that they were getting. And there was a reaction against this from developers and cities. So for a long time, we did everything that we were supposed to do. And for a long time, we did it so well. And we had comparatively small disparities. They weren't ever nothing. They weren't anything ever to be proud of. But they used to be smaller than average, and they were closing. When I was finishing up working for the NAACP, when they were shutting the order in Minneapolis, every year of that order, they closed the racial disparities in achievement and had more black children go to college. When that order closed in 1983 or 84, they had 150 young African American men in Minneapolis that were attending the University of Minnesota Twin Cities campus. Last few years, we can't find a dozen. So things have changed as we move back into segregation. I'm going to show you some maps of what happened when we abandoned our civil rights program, when we abandoned what Richard Rothstein said everybody ought to do, that nobody could do, that it was politically impossible. We also, for many years, asserted as a matter of state law that de facto segregation was illegal. So from 1973 until 1999, Minnesota asserted that under the Minnesota Human Rights Act, de facto segregation was illegal, and we withheld state aid. In fact, Minnesota's withheld state aid to segregated schools since 1869. So in 1869, Minnesota passed a law like Title VI, 100 years before Title VI, and said, we forbid funding segregated schools. So it's got a long history of this, a rich tradition. In 1999, we wrote a legal opinion. I'm a lawyer, and so I care about law, and I think it has an effect on the world. But in 1999, the Attorney General of Minnesota, it was Hubert Humphrey's son, which is one of the saddest tragedies, wrote an opinion that said there's no compelling interest in racial integration anymore. Now, what does that mean in the real world? It means a lot. Under the Equal Protection Clause, if you use a racial classification, you have to have what's called a compelling governmental interest. Ever since a case called Bakke, anytime you use race in a statute, anytime race has any implication, since Bakke, and since the cases beyond that, you have to have a compelling governmental interest. So when Minneapolis issued an opinion, or when Minnesota issued an opinion in 1999 saying there was no longer a compelling interest in racial integration, it meant that our rule was unconstitutional. We could no longer regulate de facto segregation. It meant that any effort from a local school district was going to be viewed with great scrutiny. And one of the things the Attorney General started writing to people when they'd ask them about integration plans is, whatever you do, don't discriminate against the white kids. So this was a big change, and it had big policy implications. It had big implications for all sorts of discrimination. For employment discrimination, for housing discrimination, for school attainment, for health, for well-being. Since that period, since that opinion was issued, Minnesota's become a very different place, and the disparities between blacks and whites have grown dramatically. So I'm going to talk about the Twin Cities schools. In 2009, this is a map that shows the schools in the 7-county metropolitan area. We're one of the highly fragmented areas. We have about 50 school districts. Our last liberal Republican governor, Arne Carlson, tried to adopt a mandatory de facto desegregation rule for the whole metropolitan area. So our Republican governor proposed a mandatory de facto segregation law to eliminate desegregation as a matter of law, and our Democratic Attorney General said it was unconstitutional because there was no compelling interest in integration. That's what a tragedy we're talking about. At any rate, the schools that are red are more than 80% non-white, and you can see the central cities and many of the inner-ring suburbs are in the red and orange category, which are the highest minority categories. First couple of maps are kind of hard to see because there's so much detail. When we get in, you can see the maps will become clearer. But you can see by 2009, we'd already had a pattern of segregation. 20 years into this, we started to get lots of segregated schools. We also are beginning to see the most rapid racial change not happening in our central cities, but in our first-string suburbs. We have suburbs like Richfield, that now their schools are 83% non-white. Brooklyn Center, the schools are virtually 100% non-white. The city of Brooklyn Park, which is part of the Osseo School District, has schools that are about 90% African American. Many of the suburbs now are more segregated or more isolated as a whole than the two central cities. Minneapolis and St. Paul are both about 80% non-white in their school systems. Now, Minneapolis is the third whitest metropolitan area in the country. Its racial counterparts are Portland, Oregon, and Seattle, Washington. They have the same percentage of poor people and black people and Latino people. And when we enforced our civil rights laws, we were a lot alike. We tended to track Portland and Seattle. We have 109 schools now that are more than 90% non-white and poor. We didn't have any in 1990. We have 109 that are more than 90% non-white and poor. Portland has 2. Seattle has 25. Seattle's got 1 million more people. So from 1990, in the early 90s when we were the same as Seattle and Portland, our racial counterparts, now we're 6 or 7 times as segregated in our schools as they were. And our housing policy has built virtually all of our subsidized housing within the boundaries of these segregated schools. So it's a big change, it's a big difference. Why are we so different from Portland and Seattle? I think it's the way that we enforce our laws, it's the way that we enforce our programs. This is a map that shows poverty. Let's see if I can go back. And again, this point that many people made today, Sean Reardon made today, is poverty and race locked together a lot, particularly in the Midwest and Northeast. If you're poor and African American and Latino in the Twin Cities, 3/4 of poor African American or Latino kids go to overwhelmingly poor schools. If you're poor and white in the Twin Cities, the majority of poor white kids go to majority middle class schools. And that's true here. It's true most of the rest of the United States. So when you're talking about poverty, and almost everyone agrees that high poverty schools hurts kids' achievement. Almost nobody disagrees with that. People talk about the implications of racial integration, but there's no real strong disagreement with the principle that high poverty schools depress graduation rates, depress college attendance, depress later life earnings. Nobody really disagrees with that. And we've created a lot of them. We've created 100 or more of them, and we're creating them at a faster rate than any part of the country. This growth in segregated schools is faster than any place in the country. Nobody's done this fast in this short of a time. It's not just housing policy, it's school policy. And again, you can see the change, a lot of the racial changes in the inner ring suburbs. Now, here's subsidized housing in Minneapolis, and these are the neighborhoods, the shaded neighborhoods are the high minority neighborhoods. And the darker the shade, the higher the percentage of non-white citizens. And these are subsidized housing projects. And you can see that Minneapolis has a pattern of building subsidized housing projects in a very segregated cluster in neighborhoods. Minneapolis has built tens of thousands of units, both Minneapolis and St. Paul, in the boundaries of segregated schools that had they been built under our old housing plan in the suburbs, had they been built in places like Minnetonka, which was turned down last year for affordable housing so that we could build it in the city, or Lakeville, which has been turned down, or Edina twice that's been turned down, there would have been a very different outcome. Minneapolis was sued in 1975, a fair housing violation for building 68% of its units in high minority neighborhoods. Last year, the last few years, it's built 85% of its units in high minority neighborhoods. Not only that, but both central cities have what you'd really call a truly dual system of affordable housing. They have a group of housing called artists housing. And they build housing for artists using the low-income housing tax credit. And they figured out, these clever financiers have figured out how to double up with the historic tax credit. And they build projects that cost $700,000 or $800,000 per unit. And they're virtually the only subsidized housing Minneapolis is locating in white neighborhoods. And guess who lives in those? White people. And not even artists all the time. So this is a pattern that didn't happen suddenly. These disparities in Minneapolis didn't happen suddenly. They happened when we changed our law and when we changed the way that we viewed the Equal Protection Clause and the civil rights laws. Another thing we found is that these units in these poor neighborhoods are more expensive than the units that we used to build in the suburbs, or that we continue to build on a smaller scale in the suburbs. So these units in Minneapolis cost at least 1/3 more per square foot than the units do in the suburbs. On the Central Corridor, I'm going to show you a bunch of units that were coming in about $300,000 or $400,000 per unit for a 2-bedroom apartment. Same apartment building built in a suburb called Eagan, our low-cost provider, was $133,000. So you could have built 3 units in Eagan for one in St. Paul in a 100% poor segregated neighborhood. Why do they build them in these segregated neighborhoods when they're cheaper to build in the suburbs? And when the suburbs here, like in Minnesota, are willing. I think that we've created an industry of affordable housing that likes to build in poor neighborhoods. And one of the reasons they do is it's easier and there are more subsidies available. One of the subsidies that are available uniquely is one that the Fed, I think, could be looking at, the Community Reinvestment Act. So you have Wells Fargo, which Sam's talked about, Wells Fargo and many of the large banks. We have some of the largest disparities between black and white lenders in the country. So a black family in the Twin Cities, black household in the Twin Cities that earns $165,000 a year is less likely to qualify for a prime loan than a white household that earns $40,000 a year. That's the HMDA data. And of course, it doesn't have credit history in it, but it's a pretty big disparity. It's hard to make sense of that. $167,000, a black household systematically that earns that is systematically less likely to be approved for a loan than a white family that earns $40,000 a year. Yet Wells Fargo and all these big banks have perfect ratings from the credit rating agencies. Why is that? It's because they invest in building housing in poor segregated neighborhoods. They don't donate their money to build housing in these poor segregated neighborhoods. They invest and receive a nice rate of return to build these units in segregated neighborhoods. And it's one of the reasons they're more expensive is because this community reinvestment money is on the table for those kinds of units. It's not in the suburbs. So you have this program that's supposed to be revitalizing these neighborhoods and banks that are not systematically not loaning to black households, and they're getting perfect credit scores, and they're at the same time contributing to racial segregation. This needs to be looked at. Another thing that's happened is, why doesn't the Fed, and Sam said this more eloquently than I could, why doesn't the Fed look at these disparities? They're the largest disparities in the country, and they're associated with the largest disparities in other fields. Other Feds have gone and looked at the credit history data. Other Feds have asked these banks, let's see your credit records. Now, a person like me, they'll say it's a proprietary. A fair housing lawyer, it's proprietary. It costs a fair housing lawyer $500,000 of depositions and court costs to be able to look at this credit history data. And whenever they get a chance to look at it, people settle pretty fast. You could do it in a second. You could just look at this right now. And the other Feds have found that these credit histories don't explain the disparities. They explain some of them, but not all of them. What about these low-income housing tax credits? Is it sensible for the Community Reinvestment Act to give people a nice 10%, 8%, 10% return on building segregated neighborhoods? Is there other things that they could be doing to reinvest in these neighborhoods, improving the schools, maybe contributing to health care, maybe tutoring? But to invest in the concentration of poverty, I think this is a thing that it's important to look at. If we care about segregation, and everybody's been talking about segregation, why should we be using the Community Reinvestment Act to incentivize segregation? This is the low-income housing tax credit, again, highly concentrated in poor neighborhoods. This is the Minneapolis Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Another reason that private developers, often surrounded by not-for-profit entities in central cities who are promotional affiliates with very, very successful private developers. Minneapolis, generously, it's a liberal city, puts money on the table. Another reason that the units are more expensive, because Minneapolis puts money on the table, Community Reinvestment puts money on the table. In the suburbs, all you've got is state and federal funds. And there are dozens of developers that get turned down in white suburbs every year by our state agencies who can make a perfectly good living building this housing in white suburbs. We turn this down because there's an industry that likes to build it in poor neighborhoods, and the margins are much bigger in these poor neighborhoods. You build in a white neighborhood, you have at least 20 meetings to go to. I can tell you this from experience as representing a white neighborhood that built affordable housing. It takes a lot of time and effort to hold everyone's hand. But that's what we should be incenting people to do, is holding those hands. We shouldn't be incenting a mass industry. The industry in the Twin Cities is a $300 million industry with 8,000 employees that's had a 25-year business plan of segregation, segregation, segregation. And it's time to look at that. It's time to see if we can put some incentives in that industry that are integration rather than segregation. Minneapolis when it abandoned civil rights, its schools resegregated. In the land of Hubert Humphrey, when we declared as a matter of law that there's no compelling interest in racial integration, Minneapolis went from a court-ordered integrated system to one of the most segregated cities in the country. So I'm going to show you a time series of the schools in Minneapolis. This is the year Minneapolis was released from legal supervision, 1995. Every one of those circles is an elementary school. The racial composition, the blue share is white, the red share is black, the yellow is Latino, the orange is Asian Pacific Islander, the green is American Indian. I'm going to show you a time series, and it's going to show you that Minneapolis moves from an integrated system that I had the privilege of attending under court order. I'm the Earl Larson Professor of Law. Earl Larson integrated my high school under court order. I had the privilege of going to an integrated high school because of that decision. Minneapolis moved from an integrated system to 3 systems: a white system in the southern part of the city, south of the lakes, a Latino system in the near-south system on Lake Street, and a black system in North Minneapolis. In the white system, they have higher test scores than Edina. We were talking about the testing in the neighborhoods and the value of neighborhoods. In the white part of Minneapolis, you have kids that go to Yale and Princeton and Harvard. They say in North Minneapolis, kids don't go to college. We can't find kids in college in schools, whether they're charter or public schools, a few. But a lot of them are ending up in the criminal justice system. They say if you go to Lake Harriet School, you go to Yale, and if you go to North Star, you go to jail. And there's not, that sounds harsh, but it's not wrong in lots of ways. Now, look, here's Minneapolis. Watch what happens as we go out from court order. You see the schools change. And you start to see the schools south of the lakes become all blue and all white. You see the schools in the near south become red and yellow, which is black and Latino, and then Latino. You see the schools in North Minneapolis become black and Asian, and then black. 3 different school systems, 3 different sets of opportunities, 1 superintendent. If this bureaucracy is the problem, if it's all about big schools and big labor unions and big teachers, how come the white schools in southwest Minneapolis produce higher scores than almost anything but the most exclusive private schools? How come the white schools in southwest Minneapolis, with all this bureaucracy and terrible structure, why do they produce the state chess champion team year after year? When the schools across the city with the same bureaucracy but are segregated produce a whole different set of opportunities. This is free lunch, and you see as the schools become white, all the schools in the southwest quadrant lose all their poor kids, and all the schools in the middle of the city lose all their middle-class kids. Another thing that happened when we moved to this neighborhood school system, people left. Minneapolis went from 50,000 students to 30,000. And we created a huge network of charter schools, another great competition idea. Those charter schools now, about 1/3 of the kids in both central cities go to charter schools. And every peer-reviewed and published study on those charter schools showed that they've underperformed the public schools with similar demographics every year since they started. Maybe this idea of competition, wasn't the best idea, particularly when people are competing in different ways. Test scores I've talked about. You can see the south of the lakes, some of the highest test scores in the state. North, some of the lowest except in Indian reservations in northern Minnesota. Subprime crisis. Guess who got hit hard? Sam talked about this. Poor neighborhoods. The only time you saw black ownership rise was when the predatory lenders moved into these neighborhoods. Some of the biggest people that have settled the biggest claims for predatory lending have been Wells Fargo. One of the biggest. Wells Fargo settled hundreds of millions of dollars of claims against Baltimore and Memphis, and the disparity patterns weren't as great there as they are here. Some of these banks, if you read the depositions, I challenge the Fed to read the depositions in the Wells Fargo case and read what 25 of the Wells Fargo employees said about their loan practices throughout the country. They are striking depositions. I think that they bear examination. But you see the subprime mortgages, look at the parts of the suburbs in the city that are racially diverse. They devastated, they saturated these neighborhoods. And then they wiped them out. They came in and they wiped out the equity, they wiped out the strength, they wiped out the resilience of these neighborhoods. They were predated. And you can see the white parts of Minneapolis, there were no subprime loans, virtually none. And you can see the whiter part of the suburbs either. You can see the diverse parts of the suburbs, the Brooklyn Parks of the world, again, predated, no action taken. Foreclosures, same thing. My maps get repetitive, and I get repetitive, but the points that I want to make is that we have very good laws in Minnesota. We still have court decisions that say the Minnesota Human Rights Act provides the Department of Education with legal authority to outlaw de facto segregation. The U.S. Supreme Court, unlike the Minnesota Attorney General, holds that racial integration remains a compelling governmental interest. Justice Kennedy, writing for the United States Supreme Court, says racial integration is a compelling governmental interest and that it remains an important and unfinished part of the American agenda. That's what the Supreme Court says now. We should follow Justice Kennedy and try to implement those rules. We've got a system where we moved from building 70% of our subsidized housing in places that have integrated schools to 8%, the lowest measure that we've had since the passage of the Fair Housing Act. Who was the author of the Fair Housing Act? Walter Mondale. Who was the author of the 1964 Civil Rights Act? Hubert Humphrey. Where did Ward Wilkins come from? St. Paul. Clarence Mitchell, a great black civil rights leader, came from Minneapolis, an Urban League. We have a long history and good laws, but we have profound segregation, and it's highly correlated to the really ugly inequality that we're experiencing between black and white people. It's hard to think about these things being so coincident. And that we aren't looking at the largest, that we aren't actively examining the largest lending disparities in the country by looking at this credit history data is a shame. That we are rewarding developers and banks with high profit margins to build in segregated neighborhoods and satisfy their community reinvestment obligations. This is a shame. We should be doing just the opposite. We should be doing what Justice Kennedy said, trying to finish the unfinished business of America, to have a truly integrated society, what Martin Luther King called the beloved society. We have all the tools in history to do this. No place in the country are the schools becoming segregated faster. No place in the country are these areas of dense segregation in the central cities growing faster. And there's no excuse for this. If Portland and Seattle aren't doing this, it can't be that hard. It can't be that impossible. I think we've got to examine our own practices. We should look at the way we finance housing. We should look at where it's built, who's building it. Another thing about this is we're building all this housing in these poor, segregated neighborhoods. Who's building it? Are there any black contractors that are building this? No. Are there any black leaders of community housing investment corporations? One or two, very small ones, but the larger ones are people that are white. The people that run these organizations are white. They live in neighborhoods like mine. They live in the suburbs. There's almost no benefit that's going. If we're trying to develop the community, there's nobody in the community getting any jobs. There's nobody in the community getting any training. It's just another big profit center to create a system of exploitation of these poor neighborhoods that runs from banks to check cashing stores to the people that make high profits building segregated housing and are using their political power to keep housing out of places like Edina and Minnetonka and others that are showing some good faith in trying to do this. Anyway, I've talked longer than I'm supposed to. You have a law professor who used to be a politician, and that's a common pattern. But I think I challenge you to look at this credit data and to look at the Community Reinvestment Act. Are banks making a profit investing in building segregated housing, using no people in the neighborhood, hiring no people? Is that community investment, or is that profiteering and creating segregation? That's the question I'd ask.
Thank you. So I'll start from the questions from the audience, and then at the end, as a residual claimant, I'm going to ask some questions myself.
Well, I actually have an assignment for Marcus's students. Marcus, you're probably aware of this, but in the 1970s, research, pretty good research, showed that the Cook County assessor assessed African-American homes at a much higher ratio to market value than white homes. The community with the lowest ratio of assessed value to market value was Mayor Daley's neighborhood of Bridgeport, and the community with the highest ratio of assessed value to market value was Lawndale, West Lawndale. Are you familiar with that study?
No, I'm not.
Okay, well, I'm going to send it to you because you have a unique data set that wasn't available to people in the 1970s. You actually have the real market values. They had to use comparables.
Right.
You could get some undergraduate research assistants to look up the assessed values of communities in Chicago and compare them to the market value, to the recent sale prices.
No, I actually have those values in the data as well.
Okay, and what do they show?
Even better.
What do they show?
I've never done that ratio.
Yeah, well, okay. I just urge you, because
Yeah.
this was a pattern not just in Chicago, but elsewhere in the country. But Chicago was one of the places that we had the best survey of that kind of thing. So, and then I just want to make a comment about one thing that Myron said. I can't resist this. He said that everybody agrees that if we have a school with high concentrations of poverty, that it's faced with enormous challenges. But there's an exception to that. The only people who didn't agree with that was a majority of Congress and the President, who in 1981 passed a law saying that schools with high concentrations of poverty fail only because of low expectations. And we're still living with the residues of that law, and it impedes our ability to do the real things that are necessary even in those schools.
Other questions?
Thank you all for your presentations. I guess I'm curious, particularly with Myron's presentation, there's a lot of data now showing housing unaffordability going up in central cities and concerns that gentrification is happening and that communities are going to change over time as people can no longer afford to rent where they've rented generationally even. So I guess I wonder how you would respond to people who are concerned that stopping investment in the city, though it might be less efficient, will not protect or preserve those communities.
Yeah, I think this is a centrally important question, and I think it's something we have to think about. What is gentrification? We have neighborhoods in Minneapolis where the average income, these are segregated neighborhoods, has declined in real terms by 1/3. Now the rents, corrected for inflation, haven't changed at all in a decade, but the incomes have declined by 1/3. The poverty housing industry, this industry says that's gentrification, and it means that we have to build all the affordable housing in these poor neighborhoods because the incomes have declined by 1/3. People can no longer afford their rent. Now, what a person like me thinks gentrification is when white people start to push black people out of neighborhoods that are integrated. It isn't. Gentrification doesn't occur when you have a segregated neighborhood that loses 1/3 of its income. That's not gentrifying, that's becoming poorer. Now, I think you should build affordable housing in poor neighborhoods, just not all of it. I think the Fair Housing Act says you have to build about half of it in integrated neighborhoods. You can't build all of it in poor neighborhoods. Now, the poverty housing industry says, first of all, they say they're redeveloping these neighborhoods. They say that by building these low-income housing units in poor neighborhoods, they're causing economic revitalization. Well, I don't think there's any evidence of that anywhere. The second thing they say is there's gentrification in these neighborhoods. And they say that both things. These housing developers say both things. They say they're bringing the neighborhoods up, and they say we have to build more housing in these neighborhoods because they're gentrifying. And I wonder which is which. I mean, these neighborhoods are becoming poorer. There's no question that these are becoming poorer. And there's also no question that neighborhoods around the lakes, like in Uptown and the lakes, the rents are skyrocketing. These are neighborhoods that seem to be gentrifying to me. You know, the Uptown and the lakes, parts of Edina. Are we building any affordable housing in these neighborhoods where the rents are skyrocketing? Nothing, except artist housing.
Other questions? Okay, so I'll ask a question to Bash. So at the end of your presentation, you didn't have time to go into it, but you talk about for future research thinking, trying to explain what's the mechanism behind the patterns in the data that you find. So I was wondering if you have thought about that, if you think about that redlining generated a decrease in rental rate in those area zones like these zones, and these created migration waves that increased the home ownership rate, the African American rate there first. And second, I guess you have two sets of results, right? One is that the gap in African American shares has stayed high even after the redlining was active, and then second that the home ownership rates have been also divided in different zones even after the end of the redlining. So I was wondering if you are if you're thinking about it as it may be that it's all about the fact that there is segregation and just the ratio of African American can explain the gap also in home ownership rate, because we have seen in the presentation, for example, of Samuel, that there is simply discrimination for lending to African Americans, or do you think there is something beyond that really due to the segregation, the geographical, the spatial component?
Yeah, so I think the two questions are kind of related because they're both about what are the series of events happening that are resulting in the results I showed you, which I didn't really talk about much, and is really a challenge because of the data needs. I mean, in an ideal world, we would see, lending data from lending institutions, denial rates, rents, year by year, see the population flows, all of the kinds of things we'd like to see. To what extent is the shifts in the population causing the changes in the housing market values, or the extent to which it's other forces. So it's really difficult to disentangle. I can say a few of the things we can try to do. So I showed you the city level variation. We can look at some historical data on differences in banking concentration, differences in initial levels of segregation. A few other things not coming to mind now. We have a very large to-do list. So we're going to try to sort of see if we can look at some things that relate why some cities experienced bigger effects than others. I didn't get a chance to show you, but we do look at the evidence of population along the borders, and black population and white population along the borders, to try to get a sense of how population flows resulted in these racial gaps. And there is an interesting pattern that it looks like along the DC boundaries, you see much of the increase in the racial gap being driven by white flight out of the D areas. And in fact, for foreign-born, you see it mimic the white pattern. But along the CB boundaries, the yellow-lined areas, you actually see white population stay roughly similar and black population increase. So there's some interesting dynamics we haven't quite gotten our head around. One caution is that I think our home ownership effects aren't huge, and they could be, to some degree, there could be an endogenous response as prices come down in these areas. You could have higher home ownership that doesn't that to some extent equilibrates part of what's going on. So I don't necessarily think of them all as capturing the same thing. So I don't know. That's probably all I can say about mechanisms.
Thank you.
So I'd like to just add a dissenting opinion about the presumption that segregation bad. So in your maps, you looked at Minneapolis when there weren't many blacks living in Minneapolis. And the reason is that there was a black community in St. Paul called the Rondo community, where there were doctors, where there were lawyers, where there were intellectuals, where the guy who ended up being the editor of the Minnesota Daily, and who then became the president of the NAACP between 1954 to 1954 to 1978 lived. What happened to Rondo? The answer is we built a highway right through Rondo. What was the home ownership rate? It was 80%, an 80% home ownership rate. And what type of businesses you have? You had banks, you had fraternal organizations, you had restaurants, you had barbershops, you had churches. So I'm not quite sure that the problem is segregation. And it turns out that we do have some segregated enclaves in places like Brooklyn Center and Brooklyn Park. And Myron has been an opponent of having Section 8 housing in this largely black community, where we have a black city administrator, where we have black individuals involved in local politics. You've got nice Liberian and Nigerian restaurants if you want to get fufu or jollof rice. And they got a 50-meter swimming pool with a wading pool and with a diving well. I just want to ask you, what's wrong with segregation? Is the problem segregation, or is the problem lack of ownership? You know, living in a neighborhood where nobody owns anything, where all the homes are rental and so forth. So I just want a dissenting opinion about segregation being the problem. Moreover, you're talking about minority segregation, black segregation. If you say segregation is the problem, what about the all-white neighborhoods in Edina? What about the all-white neighborhoods in Minnetonka? We keep talking about black segregation, minority segregation as the problem. That means we, black people, are the problem, and I disagree.
Yeah, I think that this is it's an important question. I think this is, people, I think, that want to choose to live in segregated neighborhoods should have that choice. I think that anyone that chooses to want to live in an all-black neighborhood I think they should be able to do that. Nothing I ever said that says that nobody should have that choice. I just think if the only choice for people are, if you build all the government-subsidized affordable housing in a poor segregated neighborhood, then you don't have that choice. And I just think people ought to have the choice. And if they choose to be together, for a long time, a lot of American groups chose to be together, and they found comfort in this. When my family immigrated a long time ago from Europe, they lived in a neighborhood of choice like this. But most Americans disappear into the fabric of America, and that's their choice. But nobody should be stopped from this. Now, I looked at the Gallup survey just a day ago, and I looked at the Roper survey, and it says 85% of African-American families believe that integration is an important goal. And that's not everybody. And certainly there's 15% that don't agree that's an important goal. 85% think it's critically important to their kids' education in those polls. Now, that's not everybody. And those 15% of the people that don't should be able to have those segregated places if they want them. But the question is, we just don't have very many integrated choices for the 85% of the people that say they would like that.
All right. Thank you. That's okay.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you, all of you. I can tell this is definitely not the time for a long speech. So let me just say three things. First, let's all thank all of the presenters who've been here today. Second, as you know, to make any conference run smoothly, there's a lot of people in the background doing a lot of work. Last time I tried to name everyone and I mispronounced their names and forgot a few people. So this time I'm just going to say thank you to everybody in public programs and in research behind the scenes who've made today work so smoothly. Thank you. And lastly, let me say this is the first year of the Opportunity Inclusive Growth Institute. We intend to continue. We intend to pick up the gauntlet that's been thrown down today to look hard at some of the data on discrimination in mortgage lending and elsewhere. And we'll be continuing to convene next year with at least two more conferences. So please look out for those. Also, we'll soon be announcing the next invitation for people to apply for our Visiting Scholar program. That announcement should go out quite soon. So please, if you're interested and would like to come visit, I hope you'll consider it. But also, please pass along that information to other people you know who might be good candidates. We'd like to have as good or better a group of Visiting Scholars next year as we currently have this year. We have a fantastic group so far, and we hope we can continue to build on that. So thank you very much, safe travels, and we look forward to seeing you in the new year.